Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I hereby give a notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council notes that yesterday our nation joined the rest of African continent in celebrating Africa Day under a theme, Building a Better Africa and a Better World. Further notes that Africa Day, which is celebrated every year on the 25th May, started in 1963 when leaders of 32 African nations came together in Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia, and formed the Organization of African Unity, OAU, to promote the unity and solidarity of African states, coordinate and intensify the cooperation of African states, and defend the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of African states in order to achieve a better life for all Africans, and reaffirms our national resolve to work together with the people of Africa in order to achieve the AU 50th vision called Agenda 2063 of building effective institutions, enhancing accountability, strengthening solidarity and integration, promoting gender equality, and promoting peace and security. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Mokhosi.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House note Free State Provincial Department of Human Settlement is spent for 1.4 million on 18 emergency housing assistance units and over 1 million to upgrade 100 community residential units. Note, the 18 houses for emergency housing assistance will ultimately cost the taxpayer over 25 million. Note that a further 108 million is allocated to upgrade 100 community residential units, formerly known as hostels. Further note, the same department spent almost 80 million on the so-called restoration of just 264 houses, amounting to 302,250 per house, but the condition of the houses don't show that over 302,250 was spent. Condemn this corruption in the Department of Human Settlements in Free State Province. Also note that this is indicative of the rot in the whole department, even nationally. Call upon the public protector to probe and recommend the corrective measures to be taken. Call upon government to investigate this corruption and the MEC to resign. Acknowledge that unless government takes seriously the task of building adequate housing for our people through expropriating land and destroying the racial special development of apartheid corruption, will continue through projects such as informal settlement upgrading. I so move.
Honorable Van Lingen.
Notice of a motion.
Honorable Khai. Sorry, Honorable Van Lingen.
Sorry, House Chair. I just wanted to check if it was that a motion without notice or a notice of motion.
Motion without notice?
No, yeah, that's why I was asking. We're still now in the notice of.
Okay, okay.
Now we are dealing with notice of a motion.
I didn't get the chair.
Notice without a motion without notice.
I didn't get the chair.
Honorable Van Lingen.
Honourable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a notice of a motion that we urgently debate scholar transport in the Eastern Cape. I note to Council that the Eastern Cape Department of Transport is failing the individual transport contractors by not paying them for the past 5 months. The Provincial Department established a Provincial Scholar Transport Project Management Unit comprising 55 staff members costing 16 million rand, and there is no action. The Eastern Cape Provincial Scholar Transport Unit is responsible to transport 57,000 learners to 650 schools over 3,300 pickup points. The contractors were appointed from the 1st of January till the 31st of March, and they haven't been paid. Subsequently, from the 1st of April, more contractors were appointed, and they haven't been paid yet either. The parents are desperate, and the schools do not meet compliance regulations because learners cannot attend school to participate in the various exams to determine their competency levels as required by the Department of Education. So, on behalf of the learners, the parents and the schools and the contractors, I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member wish to move a motion without a notice? Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with profound sadness and grief the passing away of Reverend Cedric Mason on the 23rd of May 2015 following an illness. Further notes that Reverend Mason was born in the United Kingdom in 1927 and moved to South Africa as a Methodist minister in 1953 and served as a minister in the Methodist Church from 1953 until 1974. Further, that the Council knows that Reverend Mason was banned in 1977 when the Christian Institute was banned along with Dr. Bias Nodier and Reverend Theo Kotze, who were detained twice. The first of the detainment on his honeymoon in 1976 and the second in November 1981. When he was subsequently charged with high treason before he fled to the United Kingdom in 1983. On his indemnity in 1991, Reverend Mason returned to South Africa in 1992 when he served Faith Mission and the Department of South African Council of Churches as part of the religious desk of the ANC as the convener of the Commission for Religious Affairs. We take this opportunity to convey our condolences to the family and friends, especially his wife, Tandi, and sons, Andrew, Tom, Peter, David, and as well as the daughters. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Prince.
I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that the students of Maitland High School in Cape Town did not write their midterm exams because of a shortage of textbooks in their school. Further notes that the Department of Education in the Western Cape has acknowledged that it failed to deliver the textbooks despite the principal of the school having placed the order for the books on time, and takes this opportunity to call on the Western Cape Department of Education to speed up the delivery of the textbooks so that the pupils can prepare for the end of the year exams and ensure that appropriate action is taken against those responsible for the non-delivering of the textbooks. I so move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become the notion of a motion. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby, on behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that Council notes that the Department of Water and Sanitation is giving the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality 120 million to fast track the expansion of the Noord-Gedat, pardon me, it's not my language, water scheme. Further notes that the project will bring to an end to the city's water problem, and it takes this opportunity to congratulate the Department of Water and Sanitation for their active participation in finding a sustainable solution to the water challenges of the Nelson Mandela Bay. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Mhlanga.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that 8 leaders of the economic freedom fighters, led by the party chief whip in Mpumalanga, Honorable Ayanda Chabalala, have resigned from the party. Further note that Ms. Chabalala said she had the other 7 resigned because the was in tatters and was being run by the corrupt maladministration. And also note that the party from alleging that 1.2 million from the provincial party caucus was yet not to be accounted for. Honorable Chabalala also said that the leadership had ignored numerous reports of women who were asked for sexual favors in return for position in the party. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni.
I was raising my hand to say no, we are objecting. I've long been raising my hand.
I'm giving you an opportunity to present your motion now. Honorable Mtileni.
But you must first consider my no part. My no part. Thank you so much anyway, Chair.
Honorable members, let me appeal to all of you to be alert. Whenever I'm asking you to object, there's no need even to say you are raising your hand. You just say no if you are saying no. Honorable Mtileni, read your motion.
We are used to raising our hands in this house. Anyway, thanks. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House note the outcome of the Gauteng e-Tolls Commission as announced by Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa. Note the widespread rejection from civil society, political parties across political lines, including trade unions, which are within the troubled COSATU. Note that the e-tolls will ultimately infringe on South Africa's rights to freedom of movement, while generating profits out of the use of public roads. Further acknowledge that the connection of e-toll payments with car license registration must be illegal and rejected. Further condemn that the outcome is a demonstration of the ANC's inability to choose people over profits. Further call on the Gauteng government to seek alternative means of raising funds to improve public infrastructure by building state capacity to directly build roads and not the tender administrative crisis it has produced. We further call upon all the people of Gauteng to continue their rejection of e-tolls and engage in meaningful dialogue, including civil disobedience. Condemn the commodification of public infrastructure by the ANC-led government. We further call for total ban of e-tolls as they are unaffordable and is simply another avenue for senior politicians to continue looting from the state. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? Order. In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become the notice of a motion. Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that domestic low cost airline Skyways has called for a roundtable discussion between the airline industry and the Minister of Tourism to address, among other things, the conduct of SAA. This comes as a competitor Comair is facing off with SAA and government in the South African Gauteng High Court in Pretoria on government assistance to struggling SAA. Comair maintains government promised a level playing field in the domestic airline market, which is not delivered on, as it continues to assist SAA financially. We believe that SAA should have been privatized years ago to take on the burden of government with its mismanagement. Input should include the distortion of air ticket prices by the national carrier. Our private airlines can best complement the domestic market that SAA is struggling to service. How the sector can help with the increase of real job creation as well as the politics experienced by some private operators in their daily work when dealing with government institutions. Unfair practices takes place by SAA, including its low-cost subsidiary Mango, which drops tickets prices to unsustainable levels, and when this practice lands it in financial trouble, government bails it out. This happens year after year as SAA drains government's coffers to survive. The DA asked for this practice to stop. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not proceed with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Mtimunye.
Honorable House Chair, in the name of the People's Movement, the ANC, I hereby move without notice that Council notes that several delegates attending the Pan-African Parliament were robbed outside their hotel entrance in Midrand in Johannesburg. Further notes that the delegates were attacked on Friday night while on their shuttle which had picked them up from the OR Tambo International Airport, and takes this opportunity to condemn these incidents and call on the police to leave no stone unturned in their quest to catch the perpetrators. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? No. The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Stock.
Honorable House Chair, on behalf of the ANC, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that last week, Thursday, the 22nd of May, marked a year since members of the 5th Parliament were sworn in. Further notes that on Saturday, the 24th of May, marked a year since the President of the Republic, His Excellency Honorable Jacob Gedley Hlekisa Zuma, was inaugurated as South Africa's third democratically elected President of the Republic of South Africa for a second term, and takes this opportunity to congratulate the President of the Republic and all members of the 5th Parliament for their first year anniversary in office. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Clarke, order members. Honorable Clarke.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council knows and welcomes the arrival of 48 Cubans in South Africa, Free State, 48 Cuban engineers, including 12 women and 36 men, that will be placed at rural municipalities in an effort to assist the improvement of service delivery in our country. Further notes that these men and women will also be utilized to oversee housing projects, water delivery, sewage, and bulk infrastructure basic supply service. Further notes that there was a very special relationship between the late Nelson Mandela and Fidel Castro, and this project will amongst ones that benefit South Africa and strengthen the relations between the two countries, and therefore commends Cubans for their willingness to assist South Africa. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Zwane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Council. I'm sorry, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council, 1, notes with utmost concern and apprehension the tragic death of 4 children in a shack fire at U section of Khayelitsha in the Western Cape province yesterday on Monday, the 25th of May, 2015. And secondly, that Council further notes that the children were 3 girls between the ages 18 months and 3 years old, and a boy aged 6 years old. And thirdly, that Council takes this opportunity to convey our deepest condolences to the bereaved families. And fourthly, that Council calls on communities to be more vigilant as we enter the winter period and urges the City of Cape Town and all government entities involved to move with speed with the process of building houses so that no lives are lost because of shacks burning. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Kayla.
I hereby move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement without notice, the motion without notice that the House notes that on the 19th of May in Johannesburg, security guards who were doing their routine work were shot by alleged robbers. Further notes that this happened after they noticed a suspicious Mercedes-Benz car entering Lone Mill shopping complex. Acknowledge that nobody was arrested for this crime. Recognizes that violent crime is critical in South Africa and perpetrators of crime should be punished accordingly. I hereby move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 17, Social Development Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2050.
Take this opportunity to welcome special delegates, the Minister. Take this opportunity to invite the Minister of Social Development, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson of the Select Committee, Ms. Kathy Dlamini, and members of the Select Committee, Mrs. For Social Development, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We dedicate this budget vote speech to the memory of the prolific torchbearer and stalwart of our liberation struggle, Mary Ruth Sekgomotsi Mampate. The most befitting tribute we can pay to her and the pioneering generation of women leaders such as Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Albertina Sisulu, Betha Qowa, is to continue on the path they diligently paved for us all. Sinesiqiniseko sokuthi lapho bekhona bayidluze lihle futhi bayathokoza uma besibona siqhubeka nezinsiza ezithuthukisa izwe abalilwela impilo yabo yonke. Indeed, we are moving South Africa forward. From the onset, we would like to acknowledge the contribution of our MECs and heads of social development for the excellent work and sterling work in the social development sector. Yesterday, Africans across the continent and the diaspora celebrated Africa Day. This is a day on which we as Africans are reminded of our common goal for shared prosperity and well-being, for unity and integration, and for the continent of free citizens and expanded horizons of opportunities and Ubuntu. These celebrations remind us of the ideals of the Freedom Charter, which are about unity and peaceful coexistence. Today, I present to this House the Department's budget vote number 17, through which we recommit ourselves to bringing about social transformation in South Africa. This financial year, the total social development budget is 154 billion rand. Of this amount, 130 billion rand is allocated to the social assistance program. Over 16 billion rand is allocated to provinces, and 8 billion rand is allocated to the National Department, SASSA, and NTA. A year ago, in this House, I outlined the priorities on which our budgetary allocation would be dedicated. We have made considerable progress in moving forward our priorities. A lot of work still remains to be done. In October last year, this House, together with the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, hosted the 4th edition of the Children's Parliament, which provided a platform for children of all backgrounds to discuss issues of common interest and to prepare them for civil duties. This resonates with our goal of building a South Africa fit for children and to provide opportunities for children to shape public policy on issues affecting them. Following this process, we have selected provincial children's ambassadors as advocates for children's issues. The theme for Children's Parliament this year is Children as Nation Builders, Taking Madiba's Legacy Forward. On 16 June, we will join the African Union Commission in celebrating the Day of the African Child, which will also mark the 25th anniversary of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Honorable Chairperson, on Sunday, 31 May 2015, we will launch Child Protection Week in Kokstad, KwaZulu-Natal. The theme for this campaign is working together to protect children. We hope that through this campaign, communities will become increasingly aware of their responsibilities towards the protection and care for children, as well as the services we provide children for their emotional, cognitive, and physical development. Ladies and gentlemen, early childhood development remains a priority and has been declared a public good by this government. This year, we will continue to extend ECD services to children in the 0 to 5 years age cohort and increase the number of registered ECD facilities. We are committed to addressing the needs of children in the first 1,000 days. In the past financial year, the department completed the audit of ECD facilities. The audit covered nearly 20,000 registered and unregistered ECD sites. The findings of the audit supports the current draft ECD policy that has been developed addressing issues such as human resources, improvement of ECD infrastructure, governance, training, and improving the qualifications of ECD practitioners, nutrition, to name a few. The establishment of non-center-based ECD services, such as toy libraries for children in poor communities, including children with disabilities, is a major step towards the universalization of ECD services. This initiative is already bearing fruit. Presently, the number of children benefiting from ECD services throughout the country exceeds 1.3 million, which more than 700,000 are being subsidized by the state. Siuhulumeni onakekelayo. I'm also pleased to announce that the Adopt an ECD campaign conducted by the NTA has supported 164 ECD sites to ensure that they comply with norms and standards for funding. Through this campaign, the NDA has mobilized 20 million rand from the private sector and individuals to increase resources for the ECD sector. One other important element NDA has brought into this is mobile ECDs, where kids from the rural areas, in areas where we are piloting, at least see an ECD once a week. Chairperson, you will recall that in 2012, we adopted Isibindi model to address the needs of orphaned and vulnerable children. I'm pleased to report that to date, we have established over 200 projects and more than 4,000 child and youth care workers are currently undergoing training on the implementation of this model. Furthermore, we have reached over 170,000 children who continue to receive these services. And actually, I think the way we must put it is on a daily basis, we are in touch with more than 170,000 children. Of course, of these, more than 8,000 are children with disabilities. We have created over 300 Isibindi sites as well as 163 safe parks. The positive impact of Isibindi model was demonstrated by the good matric pass results achieved by our class of 2014. While we celebrate these achievements, the often uncertain future plans of the Isibindi matriculants show that many of our young people still find themselves in challenging economic situations, which are characterized by a lack of access to jobs and bursaries. Working with NACCW, the department will continue engaging with a group of matric candidates for 2014 as they transition into adulthood. Must also say that 70% of children from child and youth-headed households that were writing a matric got an exemption. In this financial year, we will establish additional 81 projects and train more than 2,000 child and youth care workers. Siyaqhuba. Our social assistance program continues to draw admirable worldwide attention as among the most effective poverty alleviation initiative ever implemented by this government. Together with the 16.5 million recipients of the social grants, we can take pride in the recent World Bank report, The State of Social Security Nets 2014, which ranks the child support grant amongst the top 5 programs across the world and the largest in Africa. This adds to the growing body of studies which provide proof of the positive impact of the child support grant. The recent profile of Social Security beneficiaries report compiled by the department depicts that, amongst others, 97% of the CSG beneficiaries aged between 5 and 17 years are attending an educational institution. About a third of CSG beneficiaries attend an ECD facility. Social grants continue to have a positive impact on the South African economy. We aim to utilize social grants to stimulate and grow local economic development rather than perpetuating the current status quo of big business continuing to grow on the back of the money paid to households as social grants. To this extent, we need to leverage the payment infrastructure to bring about radical socio-economic transformation, which President Zuma referred to in his State of the Nation address. The department has established a new unit to focus on linking cooperatives to economic opportunities created by the department's social relief of distress and household food and nutrition security programs. The new cooperative Program Management Unit will facilitate the provision of support to both existing and emerging cooperatives for improved access to capacity building. The NDA will be working very closely with the department to ensure the delivery and facilitation of capacity building programs, including but not limited to incubation, training, and mentoring. Additional support will be to facilitate access to markets and other strategic networks. In this regard, collaborative work is already underway to finalize a transversal agreement with the Department of Small Business Development to leverage services that the Department of Small Business Development offers to small enterprises and cooperatives. SASSA provides a database of school-going orphaned and vulnerable children and link them to social relief of distress for school uniforms. The school uniform is procured from the cooperatives that are supported by the department. Furthermore, the department will ensure that all the existing community nutrition and development centers, as well as provincial food and distribution centers, buy from local cooperatives through preferential procurement framework. As directed by President Zuma, we will ensure that a minimum of 30% of what the department procures is supplied by cooperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, high levels of coordination, integration, and the generation of timely, reliable data are critical for better service delivery. With this in mind, we created a partnership with the USAID and PACT SA to build our capacity to deliver on our mandate, particularly at a district level. The program focuses on interventions such as social behavior change, child protection, improved integration, and access to services. Building the capacity of NPOs to provide services to OVCs, as well as strengthening monitoring and evaluation capacity in the department. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize and commend the selfless and dedicated contributions of community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, traditional leaders, and NGOs. These organizations remain our partners in the fight against the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This year, we will undertake an audit of all DSD-funded NPOs to have an in-depth information on services provided in the social sector. The audit outcome will enable us to determine the extent and quality of the services and in the process assist NPOs in enhancing their governance and financial management skills. Honorable members, Project Mikonzo remains the anchor of our agenda to accelerate service delivery and increase our footprint. During our visits to the poorest 900 municipal wards, we had first-hand experience and appreciated the hardships of our social workers. Our social workers remain at the forefront of building a caring society that we are all called upon to create. For their efforts, we remain grateful. We are committed to the implementation of the resolutions and declaration of the social work indaba. Chairperson, we have made significant progress in increasing the number of CNTCs in provinces. Last year, we established 81 CNTCs, and we now have a total of 144 CNTCs in all provinces. Through these centers, we provide nutritious food to more than 800,000 beneficiaries. During this financial year, the department seeks to create 50,000 job opportunities through the EPWP with a strong focus on youth, women, and people with disabilities. This will in turn contribute to the 250,000 work opportunities the department intends to create by 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, the programs and policies I have outlined at the heart of the ANC-led government that is committed to improve the quality of lives of South Africans, promote social justice and human dignity for all. I would like to welcome Mr. Keswell Mangonyana from Oudtshoorn. When we visited Oudtshoorn last year, we gave a wheelchair to Mr. Mangonyana. And then a department official went to his house, took the wheelchair, and they said they were going to adjust it, and they never brought it back. We have again delivered another wheelchair to Babu Keswell Mangonyana. Chairperson, I wish to conclude by expressing my gratitude to the Deputy Minister, Ms. Henrietta Bogopane Zulu, and all MECs for their support and outstanding contribution to the work of this sector. I would also like to thank the Select Committee for engaging us and trying to ensure that we do our work diligently. I also wish to extend a word of appreciation to the Acting Director General, Mr. Thokozani Magwaza, my special advisors, Mr. Zain Dango, and Mr. Siposhezi, the CEO of SASSA, Ms. Virginia Peterson, and NDA, Dr. Vuyelwa Nhlapo, and the entire DSD family for their hard work dedicated to serving the people of South Africa. Re a leboha.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mtileni. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtileni.
I just want to know if this House permits, male colleagues to wear their hats during the session. I'm seeing colleagues there. Unless otherwise, by any chance, that one there. I know. I just want to know.
No, honorable members.
Or only ANC members are allowed.
No. You ask a question, then I'm going to assist you and give you a response. The chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Development, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My greetings to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy.
Honorable Dlamini, sorry. Honorable Mtileni.
You haven't answered me. I'm still awaiting an answer.
Let me answer you quickly.
Yes.
You remember not so long ago we had somebody that was debating wearing a hat. The unfortunate part is that I was the one presiding, and I nearly made a wrong assumption that it was a sign of disrespecting. And when it was made to my attention that part of his culture, and if I remember very well, it was Honorable Vauda of EFF. You remember that incident. So that is why I'm saying, if you see a person wearing a hat, you have to first find out what it's all about without jumping into conclusions. I said, I'll come with a ruling about that. Honorable Dlamini, we can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, my greetings to the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, honorable members in our midst, MECs from different provinces and MPLs. Honorable Chair, we are starting this debate, or having this debate today, and starting the day on a very sad note, where again, 4 children in the Western Cape has died of fire. These are innocent children. Maybe one will have to plead on behalf of those vulnerable communities there to Her Worship, the Mayor, and the Honorable Leader of the opposition party or the Premier to really take serious the matter of informal settlement in the Western Cape. Year in, year out, we talk about children who are dying because of fires. We are pleading that, please, it's not a political matter. You can politicize it if you want, but it's not a political matter. Those are children equal to yourself. Honorable Chair, the department continues to play a key role in providing a safety net for the poor, marginalized, and the vulnerable members of our society. To this end, the department and its partners made significant strides in improving the quality of its services to the public. Amongst others, Honorable Chair, commendable progress was made in the broadening access to the social protection, ECD services, victim empowerment, food security, and services to older persons and people with disabilities. With regards to social assistance, Honorable Chair, the social assistance program remains the single most important contributor to the fight against poverty, inequality, and inequality. In this respect, more than 15.8 million South Africans, including more than 11.7 million children and 2.9 older persons, benefited from our social safety net. This achievement was predicted on the determination to ensure that the South African social protection system protects individuals against all forms of vulnerability. With regards to services to families, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as we know that strong and functional families are a cornerstone of any successful society around the world. In line with this, the Cabinet approved a white paper on families which seeks to address issues on family disintegration through programs such as family reunification, active parenting, marriage enhancement, and family preservation. These are amongst others. Honorable Chair and members, with regards to the rendering services to the children, the early childhood development is an essential link in the continuum of services needed to achieve positive education outcomes if we are to build a strong society in the future. We got to invest in this program. To date, more than 1 million children are benefiting from the ECD services, which are provided by more than 21,000 registered ECD services nationally. Significantly, during 2013-14, it's not my mother tongue, the department conducted a comprehensive audit of 12,987 ECD centers in all the provinces. Also, an integrated program of action for ECD was developed and approved by Cabinet in September 2013. Honorable Chair, one of the most notable achievements in respect to services to children during the 2013-14 reporting period was the registration of 1,452 adoptions. Of these, 212 were inter-country adoptions, while the remainder of 1.2 were national adoptions. We really appreciate that from those who were willing to adopt those children who needed homes more than any other children. The vital issue of child protection remains uppermost in our minds, and we continue to celebrate Child Protection Week, which was launched by the Honorable Minister in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, 27 May 2013. Thank you very much, Minister, for that, for recognizing that we have to celebrate the Children's Week. We welcome the policy development on ECD, amongst others, to clearly determine roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders, including infrastructure development. It has been a gray area. We appreciate, Honorable Minister, that the department is busy developing a policy that will assist in that area. We also notice the determination of the Department of Social Development to protect vulnerable groups such as children, women, elderly, as well as victims of social crimes. In this regard, the department has started working on amendments to existing legislation on children and older persons, as well as new bills on victim empowerment and people with disabilities. We are hoping that once these are finalized, the new legislation will enable the department to improve the quality of services to vulnerable members of our society. Another milestone was the approval by Cabinet of the Program of Action on Violence Against Women and Children. Honorable Chair, having acknowledged the achievement, we still acknowledge that there is still a number of South African households who continue to suffer from extreme hunger and destitution. We appreciate the reforms by the Department Household Food and Nutrition Security Strategy, which received Cabinet approval, because that will assist those individuals who are still suffering. We appreciate that, Honorable Minister. One of the key highlights on this program, Honorable Chair, as reported by the Minister, is that 81 community development nutrition centers have been established throughout the country. She has spoken to that, and approximately 800,000 individuals are benefiting from the program. Honorable Chair, a caring society cannot be created by government alone. We as a country should take pride in the contribution made by our civil society towards making South Africa a country that looks after its most vulnerable groups. In this regard, the department have made significant strides in implementing the resolutions of the non-profit organizations summit held in August 2012. The registration of NPOs grew apace while the NPO dialogue continued to raise awareness of the obligations of registered NPO as prescribed by the relevant legislation. Honorable Chair, the department should continue to support community-based organization. We had engaged the minister during our engagement that maybe they should consider including those women who are working in the community-based organization to be part of the EPWP. They've been doing this work for a long time without pay. Maybe they should be considered. Therefore, the department should intensify capacity building initiatives for the community development practitioners and organizations which are vital partners in building strong, cohesive communities. Honorable Chair, we visited Eden District just recently. I will mention two of the ECDs that we visited. One is Wanogutula, a building that was built by the local municipality, but the ECD on our arrival was closed. And at some stage, before it was closed, we were told that those teachers who were teaching them in their vernacular were removed. Instead, Afrikaans-speaking teachers were introduced, and the ECD was closed. We appreciate the cooperation we got from the municipality, but there was an NGO, the Child Welfare Society, which it was reported by the official from this province that they are giving them money to appoint social workers so that they can do some work that they are not able to do. It was a question to us, how can they not, them as a government, not appoint social workers, instead taking budget from government and give it to a civil society to appoint social workers. We also take note the increase on the alcohol and drug abuse and call upon the department to please make sure that those are attended to. Otherwise, our nation is really affected. Having engaged with the department as a select committee, we realize that almost all the plans are in line with the strategic documents and policies of this country. We are therefore supporting the budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Let me remind members about the ruling that I made on that day when the point of order linked to what was raised by Honorable Mtileni. Today has been raised that in terms of Chapter 2, Subsection 3 of our Constitution, talking about our conscious, religious beliefs and practice of people. At all times, whenever we deal with that part, we must always be mindful of that. Because at no stage are we going to be discriminating on the basis of beliefs, cultural, religious, or practice of people. So I want to raise that so that you are settling, because I can see that even now we are still, but I'm not recognizing you. The next speaker is Honorable Mpambo Spugwana.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, members of the NCOP and the gallery. We as the Democratic Alliance believe that vulnerable members of our society must be protected. This means that we should focus on growing the economy to create more jobs for South Africans so that our people can have the dignity of supporting themselves. This is the reason the DA talk of freedom, fairness, and opportunities, Chairperson. This is our value charter that will address many of the social plagues that continue to keep South Africans in poverty and hardship. Honorable Chairperson, research has shown that most South Africans would prefer to be employed with related financial freedom than to depend on the grants by the state. But for now, the state has to continue assisting our people who have been disadvantaged by the cruel system of apartheid that has been responsible for many South Africans who still live in abject poverty. The DA believes the targeted system of social assistance to vulnerable persons would ensure that tax base can accommodate South African social protection system. We must continue, Chairperson, to make it our own priority to grow the economy and create jobs as our DA value charter prescribes, bringing fairness in equality for freedom. Honorable Chairperson, but we must ask ourselves, are we effectively managing the Department of Social Development to do the best to assist South Africans who still need social protection from the state? In a parliamentary reply, it showed recently that the South African Social Security Agency, SASSA, paid almost 316 million over and above the 10 billion tender to cash payment services for the re-registration of beneficiaries and administration of the social grants. This is an increase of 17 rand to register and administer each beneficiary from 11 in the initial contract. Why did the cost suddenly rise by almost 50%? Honorable Minister, it is this not allowing a South African taxpayer to benefit in your system. How could the original contract not include all registration? No approval from Treasury was given to this irregular spending. This is not just to the taxpayer. What the minister is not telling you is, Chairperson, the minister terminated the SIU investigation into corruption by senior managers at SASSA and allowed SASSA to appoint a private company illegally to do the work that was done by SIU. The fact of the matter, Honorable Minister, is that you wanted a company that you could manipulate to turn a blind eye to corruption. Treasury investigated the appointment of this company and submitted a report to the minister in December 2014. To date, she has not acted on the report. The question is, why the minister is scared and have not taken action against corruption at SASSA?
Sorry. Honorable Timunye.
Thank you, House Chair. I think the speaker on the podium is making allegations without using the prefix alleged.
What's a point of order? Can I be protected, Chairperson, please? Can I be protected, Chairperson?
Honorable Mpambo. Honorable Mpambo. Order members. Order members. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mpambo.
Chairperson.
You are going to be protected. Don't even worry. Honorable Mtileni. Are you raising a point of order? What is your point
That's
of order?
correct. The point of order I'm raising, Chair, is that the Speaker on the podium is making allegations and presenting them as facts. And I therefore want to submit to this House, to your Honorable Self, that she must prefix allegations with the word allegation, because they are allegations.
I'll have to come back with a ruling with effect to what you are raising. But let's allow Honorable Mpambo to continue.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, what happened to the rule on freedom of speech in the House?
Come on.
What happened to the rule of freedom of speech?
Honorable Van Lingen. Once there is a ruling, you can't stand up and want to make.
But you don't notice us, sir.
Already I've made a ruling. The Speaker is on the podium, and I'm giving her an opportunity to continue debating.
I want to debate this, but we can do it later.
Honorable Mpambo Shpugwane.
Thank you, Chairperson. The good and the best news is nikwayelemva okwenkuku. If the Minister's Department has zero tolerance to corruption, why has the Inspectorate for Social Assistance mandated to maintain the integrity of SASSA never been established? SASSA spends over 11 million for a private security company to protect officials and their families. The wasteful expenditure could benefit the 36% of South African citizens who are unemployed, of which 66% of are young people. It is becoming evident that budget of SASSA will never benefit the poor and the vulnerable. It seems that the minister freely allows corruption and maladministration to run rampant in her department by protecting corrupt activities at the body responsible for providing assistance to the most vulnerable and poor in our society. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Tlake.
It's manipulating facts deliberately.
Point of order.
It's manipulation of facts deliberately.
Honorable Tlake, take your seat. That is not a point of order. Honorable.
It seems that the minister freely allows corruption and maladministration to run rampant. Honorable Chairperson, the NDA who were given 30 million and for direct project funding in 2014-15 could not advise how many civil society organizations were funded. South African citizens have a right to know how their tax money is used. Honorable Chairperson, alternative budget for social security spending in South Africa have grown apace given the lack of growth of the economy under Honorable Jacob Zuma stewardship. Indeed, the lack of growth of the economy has necessitated expanded social intervention, resulting in uninhibited growth in social planning. We believe, as the DA, that vulnerable members of our society need to be protected, Honorable Chairperson. If our economy grows faster, then we can support more to address the shortages of our social workers that need 500 million to be employed. Honorable Chairperson, had the minister been fully involved in her department, which is fully responsible for this management and maladministration between the department and its entities, could have been avoided. Minister, what you're not transparent about and not telling the South African citizens is on your speech, on your budget sheet, you're not telling the people of South Africa who have a right to know about their tax money how much funding will be allocated on the food parcels that you'll be delivering in Khayelitsha in 2016 to score your political votes. There comes time when South African citizens will decide who runs this country with the values of freedom, fairness, and opportunities. These are the values of the DA, and these are the values in that our democracy will be fully lived by South Africans. I just want to respond to you, Honorable Dlamini. I just want to tell you, in all provinces, especially in Mpumalanga, it is highly infested with sheikhs. state, I don't want to mention in Mangaung. There are sheikhs, don't pretend you don't know them. In all 9 provinces, we are dealing with sheikhs. You've just forgotten what the Human Settlement Minister said in terms of sheikh and in all provinces. Let's tell the South Africans the truth and not the lies. You know where the truth lies. Unendlebe nje, unetyala.
Honorable Dlamini.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. She is misrepresenting my speech. I was talking about the 4 children.
Honorable Dlamini.
4 children.
Honorable Dlamini, take your seat. You are done.
I'm done, thank you.
Honorable Shabalala. Honorable Dikhale. Honorable Dikhale.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I am rising on a point of privilege. We were here when the Honorable Dlamini was presenting her debate, and the Honorable Member Mpambo Shibokwana has just misquoted her because she did not mention the issue of sheikhs, but she was speaking about the 4 kids who were killed, who lost their lives. I want you to rule on that one. Thanks, Chair.
I'll come back with a ruling on the point of privilege you are raising on Honorable Dikhale. Let's allow Honorable Shabalala to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of this NCOP, Minister of Social Development, members of the NCOP, friends, comrades, and compatriots. Honorable Chair, since in 1912, the ANC committed itself towards the realization of a better life for all South Africans through our long-term goal of creating a non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. It gives me an immense sense of honor to represent the glorious province of the rising sun, Mpumalanga, in this debate on social service in a year the ANC has declared as the year of the Freedom Charter and the year of the unity in action towards advanced economic freedom. The preamble of the Freedom Charter reminds us that we, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. 60 years later, we celebrate the unity of the people of South Africa, and the prescribes of the Freedom Charter finds expression in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa when it proclaims, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of the past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it." The ANC, the glorious movement of the people, is here today to affirm the Freedom Charter directive, which declared that the aged, orphans, and disabled shall be cared for. Consequently, through this department, the ANC has Through this department, the ANC has decisively intervened to put back the frontiers of poverty and shielded millions of mostly poor citizens from poverty. To date, Mpumalanga is home to more than 1.2 million social grant beneficiaries, which amount to 33% of the provincial population. This includes child support, old age, disability grant, and foster care grant. If it was not for the ANC policies, these people would be suffering worse of poverty. We therefore wish to congratulate the department under the capable leadership of Minister Bathabile Dlamini for such an outstanding achievement. We also welcome, as part of the ANC resolution, the implementation of the ECD centers by the department as part of universal access to childhood education in the country. We must recall that early childhood development was never provided for black children during apartheid. To date, Mpumalanga has successfully opened up to 729 ECD centers, which has enrolled over 79,302 learners in this school cohort. Indeed, this is a very good story to tell. Siyakuba. We are pleading with you, Minister, to look into matters of professionalizing the education in the ECD centers and ensure ECD centers are all registered and regulated in the country. As the province of Mpumalanga, we can confirm that this budget vote is aligned with the core mandate and principle enshrined in the Freedom Charter, and therefore wish to support the budget vote as tabled by Minister Bathabile Dlamini. I want to agree with the Honorable Minister when she said, the unity of our people and the undeniable fact the ANC government continue to implement progressive policies which are informed by the people we lead, such as the Freedom Charter and the Constitution of the Republic. Honorable Chair, the budget as presented by Honorable Minister could not come at the better time. The time where we are strengthening families, as we believe that families are at the core of our effort to vigorously deal with all social weakness, like the substance and drug abuse, violence against women and children, as well as teenage pregnancy. Indeed, this budget acts as a catalyst to accelerate our intention to attain Vision 2030 as enshrined in the NDP. The budget, Honorable Minister, ensures that we, as the ANC and the leader of the society, continue to build human and social capital that continues to provide and strengthen community-based services to the children, including early childhood development and foster care, among others. These services are not only meant to give children a good start, but also contribute to the socio-economic development of the provinces like ours, Mpumalanga. As Mpumalanga Honorable Chair, we pride ourselves that this budget will contribute immensely to our effort of supporting youth development programs. Of course, I must admit, Minister, that private sector companies also play a role in empowering young people. The social assistance program are really effective, Honorable Minister, because they help us to fight poverty. We want to commend the Minister for ensuring that such effective anti-poverty initiatives are encouraged. The extension of social security of all our people shall never be compromised, as mentioned in the election manifesto of the beloved ANC. We further want to confirm that welfare of our older citizens is both a moral and a constitutional obligation of our government. The provision of social work services, as particular in the NDP, cannot be overemphasized. It is with this regard that the ANC, we call for all well-trained, motivated, and professional social workers to help us realize our goals. Honorable Chair, it is for the above reason that we in Mpumalanga support the budget and believe that social development sector remains a formidable agent for social change that will ultimately create much fairer society. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mkuku.
Enkosi sihlalo walendlu mandizibulisele kumphathiswa nosekela mphathiswa iMECs zamaphondo ezikhona lapha namhlanje iqumrhu lo masipala elikhona apha phakathi kwethu amalungu alendlu ngokubanzi. Mhlali ngaphambili okanye sihlalo walendlu. Okokuqala nje ndifuna ukuthi ukuba ukhona umuntu ongaboniyo izinto ezenziwe ngurhulumente okhokhelwe yi-African National Congress wenza impazamo. Iliso lakhe aliboni. Ayinguye nakanene lo rhulumente okwazileyo into kokuba athi umntwana ebekwa nje phantsi ezalwa akwazi ukumbonelela ngesondlo kuba esazi babazali bakhe abathathi ntweni. Ngowuphi na urhulumente kanene apha ezimbalini kwabarhulumente abakhe baphatha okwazileyo ukutshintsha impilo yomntwana namhlanje okwazileyo ukukhathalela umuntu ongathathi ntweni ngaphandle korhulumente we-African National Congress. Andifuni ke into kokuba apha sithethe izinto ekugqibeleni ngomnye umhla eziyawuthi sisijikele. Masithethe izinto ezizawukwakha abantu kuba lo rhulumente uthetha ngomanyano. Sihlalo walendlu umntwana xa efika kweli lizwe ufika engazi into kokuba kulindeleke ntoni kuye. Xa ndimzala ndimbeka phantsi uxhomekeka kum. Athi xa ekhula akhiwe ngutata kunye nomama. Iba luxanduva lomzali ukutshintsha isimo somntwana amthathe ambeke kwizinga lokokuba ayofikelela kwiminyaka elishumi elinesibhozo akwazi ukuzibonela kumzali. Imfundiso ke le esinikwe ngurhulumente. Mandibuyele ke mhlali ngaphambili kwintetho yam endiyithunywe ngulo mbutho we-African National Congress. Okokuqala i-African National Congress iyayixhasa ibudget yomphathiswa umama uBathabile Dlamini. Sitsho ngazwilinye sihlalo sisithi ngokubambisana abantu belilizwe babamba indibano eKliptown kwiminyaka engama-60 adlulayo. Injongo yayinye ikukhulula uluntu lwaseMzantsi Afrika kumakhamandela obandlululo. Ngexesha izithwalandwe zomzabalazo zisiza nomkhombandlela kuloo mathafa aseKliptown, isingqi sootata nomama sasisinye sisithi mayibuye Afrika. Emva kwengxoxo ezishushu sihlalo ohloniphekileyo kwavela umqulu ocacileyo ifuthe lawo elisavakalana namhlanje oku kuquka phakathi kwezinye nomgaqo siseko woMzantsi Afrika lo ulawulayo ngoku silawula ngomqulu othe wasekelwa phezu kwezicwangciso ze-Freedom Charter umqulu wenkululeko. Injalo ke malungu abekekileyo kuba savuzwa ngesipho esaziwa njengomqulu wenkululeko onjongo yawo iphambile ingumkhombandlela wokukhulula uMzantsi Afrika. Siseso sizukulwana saloo mihla esenza isiseko saqandusela kule nto imvulamlomo yomgaqo siseko ithi uMzantsi Afrika ulilifa labo bonke abahlala kuwo bemanyene kungekho buhlanga. Malungu abekekileyo eyona nto isimanyayo njengabantu kukwahlukahlukana esikuqaphela kwiinkalo zenkcubeko ndawonye nezentlanga ngeentlanga. Kungesi sizathu ke singenakukhe siyekelele umxakatho. Kubalulekile okokuba sikhuthaze ubumbano kubantu baseMzantsi Afrika jikelele. Somlomo obekekileyo esinako ukukugxininisa ngaphezulu ukubaluleka kokubumbana koluntu kuba kaloku kwa uninzi lwabantu besizwe bakhulele kwingqeqesho yokubambana nokumanyana asikagungqi kwinto sasiyithethe kubavoti phambi konyulo lukaMeyi uCanzibe okokutsho ngo-2014 kumgomo wokuba ukhongolose umbutho we-ANC uyakhuthaza ukubambana nokubambisana kubantu. Ngalondlela ke mhlali ngaphambili ukuze siyenze lonto kukuba siqinise la mibutho kwezandawo sihlala kuzo ukuze athi urhulumente xa esizisa inkonzo zifikele kubantu ababambeneyo bangaxhuthisani ngazo. Mhlali ngaphambili sihlalo walendlu umhlathi we-14 kumqulo osisikhombiso sophuhliso sikazwelonke i-National Development Plan uthetha ngokubumbana koluntu. Kwakulo mhlathi mnye kwisiqendu sokuqala uhambisa uthi ngomnyaka ka-2030 abemi baseMzantsi Afrika bakube besazi kabanzi ngezinto ezibadibanisayo kunezinto ezibohlulayo. Amava abo okuphila akube engaphezu kwazo zonke izinto ezibahlulahlulayo njengoluntu ezifana nezizilandelayo: ubuhlanga, isini, ukukhubazeka. Uluntu ngokubanzi lakube sele lukwazi ukwamkela abantu ngokwahlukana kwabo. Kulo Mzantsi Afrika mnye sihlalo walendlu ithi lento kuya kubakho ulwazi oluphangaleleyo ngengqeqesho nendlela yokuziphatha eyamkelekileyo elandelwa ngabo bonke abantu baseMzantsi Afrika naso isikhokelo esikumgaqo siseko. Uluntu olumanyeneyo nophuhliso okokuthi ukunika ingqalelo kwimpembelelo zentlalo ezilinganayo neziphumo zokwakha ulwazi zisuse imiqobo sikwanika ingqalelo silungisa izinto ezenzekayo ngexesha lengcinezelo. Ukukhulisa uthethathethwano phakathi kwabantu baseMzantsi Afrika kubo bonke abemi ngokobuhlanga, ulawulo kwizwe lethu ngokubanzi noluntu olubambeneyo. Kufanele ke ngoko sizingce ngokunikwa uxanduva lokunquluka emakwenziwe ukuze sibe neziphumo ezincomekayo. Ngemvume yakho sihlalo walendlu, mphathiswa obekekileyo, ndinelunda lokutsho ndingazilibalanga iingxaki esijongene nazo kweli sebe. Usesemkhondweni i-African National Congress ikuthume ngokukuthemba nasekufezekiseni injongo ze-National Development Plan. Uphezu kwayo ungabisayiyeka mhlali ngaphambili makhe ndithi nje kancinci, makhe ndicaphule kancinci. Isintu sithi umthi ugotywa uselula. Oko kukuthi somlomo obekekileyo ekuvumeni ukuba elona banga libalulekileyo ekukhuliseni umntwana nokwakha ikamva lakhe ukuqinisekisa ukuba uqala esemncinane. Ezinye zeziphumo ezihle esizingcangazo zezi zilandelayo. Ndime apha ke ndimele iphondo leMpuma Kapa, sihlalo walendlu, ndingumthunywa. Kumele ke ze ndithi xa ndithetha apha ndikhe ndikhanyisele le ndlu into kokuba zintoni na ezithe zenzeka kwelaa phondo laseMpuma Kapa. Ngomnyaka mali ka-2010-2011 22,361 abantwana bafumene i-foster care ngenxa yamanani akhulayo abantwana abafuna ukhathalelo. Abantwana abayi-395 bafumana uncedo baye babonelelwa ngokubekwa kumaziko okhuseleko kwaye bayaxhamla kwinkqubo zophuhliso. I-200 ye-ECDC centers ziye zabhaliswa zavunywa ngokusemthethweni njenge-partial care facilities njengoko umthetho wabantwana u-Act number 38 of 2005 usitsho.
Honorable Mcucu.
Yo.
Sikhathi siphelile.
andinonikwe zomnye enkosi
Valelisa ma. Valelisa ma.
Nkosi umhlali ngaphambili. Xa ndizawuhlala phansi mhlali ngaphambili. Ndifuna ukuthi ukucaphula kumazwi. Ndifuna ukucaphula kumazwi athethwa ngokaKhuzwayo xa esithi siyakukhwela phezu kwentaba sicule ingoma ezalityalwayo. Sicengceleze kwiintlambo ezingabonakaliyo isihobe esalityalwayo. Lufikile usuku lokuba ngoku sizingombe izifuba njengabantwana beAfrika. Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili.
Yabonga. Lilunga lelihloniphekile lalomkhandlu wetifundza uhlonipheki Kaula.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, while government is striving to provide relief to needy South Africans through provision of social grants, the widening gap between the rich and poor in South Africa remains major cause for concern. The IFP has always advocated for the intensification of self-help and self-reliance programs by government. Whilst government has a duty to provide grants to certain categories of our citizens, programs should be established to ensure that government also teaches our citizens how to fish, provide fishing equipment and opportunities, more than providing the fish itself. There needs to be a proper clarification of roles in respect of the early childhood development programs. At the moment, social development, education, and the municipalities are still at crossroads about who does what. Municipalities also complain that to them, this is an unfunded mandate. The department states that it intends to ensure 100% absorption of all social development bursars who have completed their studies as social workers. Whilst this may be happening in other provinces, it remains a big challenge in KwaZulu-Natal province. The agreements entered into between KwaZulu-Natal and the social workers' bursars have not been fully honored up to now. This has critically affected the KZN graduates who are social workers. Day in and day out, we experience increased levels of social ills in our communities. These affect mostly the young children and the youth of our country. It is therefore important that the department immediately intensifies steps leading to the full implementation of the Child Justice Act, intensify the National Anti-Substance Abuse Program of Action, and the implementation of Integrated Social Crime Prevention Strategy Action Plan. While social grants are received by some parents and or guardians on behalf of some minors, these do not always serve the purpose for which they are intended. There is no need for a child on whose behalf a grant is received to continue suffering challenges of malnutrition, inefficient school needs, and other challenges. These will happen whilst the guardian or parent receiving the grant is enjoying high levels of cozy life at the expense of the child. A multi-departmental approach to capping this challenge between education and social development must be designed. Disaster management also needs to be managed properly and in a uniform manner throughout all provinces. There needs to be a general understanding into when and under what circumstances does government respond when an incident occurs in our communities. Honorable Minister, you must be in the forefront of fighting the politicization of social grants. Some quarters of our country misuse the social grants for political gains, and this is wrong and must be discouraged. At a government function in KwaZulu-Natal before the general elections in 2014, former MEC Dr. Mishek Hadebe said that all people who receive grants from government and go on to vote for other parties and not the ANC are stealing from the ANC. Social grants are government grants and not ANC grants. When the IFP is in power, it will continue to issue social grants to the people of South Africa, and maybe even better than the government is doing at present. Non-governmental organizations continue to play a very important role in our communities in a variety of ways. One appreciates the gradual positive change of attitude by government towards NGOs, NPOs, as compared to the hardline position immediately after the 1994 elections. However, the IFP appeals for increased assistance of NGOs and NPOs. Some of them who perform awesome duties still continue to receive very minimal allocations from government. I can cite examples of Ziphakamisa in Potchefstroom, Rehoboth in Potchefstroom, St. Joachim's Orphanage in Mzumbe, and others. The department must also continue intensifying the war against fraud and corruption associated with social grants. There are loan sharks who abuse the vulnerable elders of our society by confiscating their social grants cards. They must be dealt with strongly. Employees of government who also take into their pockets that which does not belong to them must face the full might of the law. Some government employees earning good salaries who fraudulently receive social grants on behalf of certain minors in crooked ways must also be uncovered and charged. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable MEC of Social Development from Limpopo, Honorable Mashamba.
Honorable Chairperson, ni pfumeleleni ni nga si vulavula ku ya kule, ni vulavula ni homeboy ya me Mtileyi ni ayena ku xeweta na me mara no twa ni hela matimba hi ku ma ni hleketi nga ku loko mi ta la mi tiko akeni ka tiko manje tipolitiki ta n'we ta xigqoko mara ma swi vona ku ri swi hume endleleni ni ku rivalerile nga ha zi ti yima na swi tiva leswaku wa ni twa ku ri ni vulavula yini na vana loko va karhi va yingiserile leyi va twa papa vulavula hi xigqoko palamente ku nga ri na timhaka ta swigqoko a mi swi voni ku ri a swi nga endli kahle I want to say first things first. I am under the impression that we all understand that today we are here to debate the budget vote of the minister. It puzzles me as to why, if there are things that people are not happy about, why don't they take those things to the relevant authorities so that it can be discussed, not here. We are here blessed with people who are coming to listen to how the minister is taking the country forward insofar as issues of social development are concerned. Okay, I think you heard what I was saying. On Saturday, the people of South Africa laid to final rest one of its finest daughters, Isitwalandwe Saparangwe, Ruth Sikhumutso Mpati. Her passage to the hereafter leaves us much poorer for her abundant selflessness and hard work. The best acknowledgement of her legacy is to emulate her, follow her giant footsteps to selflessness and hard work. Memu Mpati's legacy and that of many other departed heroes and heroines must find resonance in our day-to-day work to change the lives of our people for the better. By the way, I'm not only speaking to the African National Congress, because my understanding is that as people who have been elected by our people to come and represent us, they want us to do it differently so that we differ from what happened in the past. We are taking this country forward and nothing should deter us. And I'm very happy with Minister Dlamini Bathabile that you remained unfazed when wild allegations were leveled at you on a wrong platform. But like the daughter who was brought up by Mamu Mpati, like all of us, I think you'll understand that we are still wondering as to who we are. And I think this is the time where we must remind ourselves that we are the people of South Africa who freed ourselves from bondage and that we're moving forward. We have not yet reached Canaan. Yes, we crossed the Red Sea, but you know who joined us as we were crossing? Our former oppressors. So we are not surprised why today we hear that this kind of behavior is continuing. And let's not lose heart. Let's continue to educate. Comrades, each one, take one, teach one. In pursuit of the mission of the democratic government to deliver a better life for all, the Department of Social Development is enjoined by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa to render comprehensive social services to the poor and vulnerable members of society and to further create an enabling environment for sustainable development. This mandate is given further refinement in other legal prescripts, including the National Development Plan. The Department of Social Development deserves to be commended for the strides it has made in extending the coverage of the social assistance program to more than 16 million South Africans. Of these 16 million beneficiaries, 11.6 million are children and 3.1 million are older persons. This translates to a staggering intervention on the part of the department. The impact of the social assistance program further extends far beyond individual beneficiaries. It resonates within families, communities, and the country at large. Having said what I've said now, it doesn't make sense to me to believe that you use grants on party political guises. No, it's not true. Just imagine who would have missed the opportunity of delivering to the people when given that platform. I'm not saying we are corrupt, we are just working. Let's differentiate kutira na kutirisa mali hindela kaingarkali. To me, I see what you are doing. You talk even about the NDCs. You don't know how happy people are, Minister. Very soon we'll be launching ours in Limpopo, and I wish you could be there. Because people want their lives to be changed. They don't want switcheli. Switcheli is cheap talks, bickering and all that. For many families and individuals, the program stands between them and hunger. Despite major strides made in this regard, many of our people still live in abject poverty. The nation, therefore, expects the department to extend its coverage to every deserving South African, irrespective of the political party to which they belong. Honorable Speaker, having alluded to the fight against poverty and unemployment, allow me to highlight the need for serious intervention from the National Department of Social Development in the matter of trained social auxiliary and community development workers in Limpopo. Minister, I know very well that we are going to be dwelling much on these issues in our MINMEC, but I just want to highlight it in front of everybody so that the people can be assured that we are not folding our arms. We are looking at the challenges. It's just that there are many hurdles in front of us. The province is currently unable to provide permanent employment for these groups of young people who are mostly from poverty-stricken and vulnerable households due to budgetary constraints like I've already alluded to. Our efforts to address unemployment and create productive, effective workforce that can successfully address these all social welfare issues cannot be in vain, and therefore an urgent strategy or alternative is needed in this regard. Another area in need of comprehensive intervention is early childhood development. It is expected of the Department of Social Development to accelerate to finalization of policy.
Kombela kuri ohetelela.
And he ten. Yi jem tileni hi anga denkari wa mina.
Tileni ujeka mo wena. Kombela
Ni negotiate ni va nyike nkarhi wa mina. Ana holovela wena. Yes, just I'm almost done. It is expected of the Department of Social Development to accelerate to finalization of policy on early child development. Once adopted, the ECD policy will extend cover for the often neglected children with special needs and children with disabilities. No child will be left outside the ECD cover. Another challenge worth of our utmost attention is the provision of universal access to early child development services. It is against this realization that the establishment of non-center ECD services like mobile ECD centers and toy libraries must receive our utmost support. Non-center ECD services will mitigate the plight of poor community services, informal settlements, farms, and children with disabilities. Well, my time is up, but I really had a lot to say. Let me just say to all of you, let's be focused. Let us continue to work tirelessly to roll back be a better place for all. I support this budget.
Inko. Honorable Mtileni.
Ni mutshami wa xitulu ni pfumeleni ni khensa MEC Manana Mashamba loko va tekela nhlokweni vukona bya vandla ra EFF eka palamende leyiwani swa tikomba ku EFF yi kona ene
Can you take
yi
your
ta endla
seat?
mintirho leyinene
Can you take your seat?
inkomo mutshami wa xitulu.
Can you take your seat? Honorable Mkhosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ke dumedisa Afrika Borwa ka bophara. Tota hela ANC setlhogo. Ka gore ra timetse di local government elections di tle go taboga di hempara jaanong. The EFF rejects this budget vote. This budget fails to address the problems our country faces and provide no meaningful solutions. About 15 million South Africans are on social grants, and the expanded definition of unemployment stands at 35%. This points to an untransformed economic structure that continues to fail our people and locked them outside the mainstream economic activity. These conditions may make it look like the welfare interventions such as grants are necessary interventions to help address poverty in this country. But these interventions alone, if made permanent and tied to no economic activity, pose the danger of incentivizing economic progress on the part of our society. People need decent jobs with decent pay. Poverty has a gender and geographic face. More women are likely to be at the receiving end of poverty as a result of a variety of factors. chief among them being our pervasive patriarchal system in the manner jobs are provided, and outdated cultural practices preventing women from owning land in rural areas. On the other hand, HIV and AIDS, poverty, food insecurity, unemployment, lack of access to good education, and homelessness all have a direct bearing in a relentless, vicious cycle on family dysfunction, crime, and social ills. These challenges cannot be addressed adequately because of the fragmented delivery of welfare services, delays with the much-needed revision of foster care system, and the generally disjointed institutional structure of the department. ANC ga e tlhole na le di-ideas hala ha e bula molomo ke EPWP epa wena Popeye kore ba rata batho ba tlhole ba dutse ba epa. The relationship between lack of education on one hand and poverty and diseases on the other is not adequately addressed by any intervention suggested by the department's strategic plan and budget. So this budget, as with the strategic plan, is just a reactive response to the deep problems facing our society. And these problems have more to do economics, outdated cultural practices, and the structure of the economy that still very much depends on migrant labor, ignoring the social capital that the labor so needs, leading to all the social ills we have. A comprehensive social development strategy would encompass looking at the life course from infancy to old age, with an emphasis on understanding how context, policies, and politics shape and distribute life changes. The distribution of grants must be premised on a thorough understanding of what our societal problems are and what possible solutions can be introduced in the short to medium term. These societal problems are also economic problems, therefore meaning that in order to solve our societal problems, we must solve our economic problems. Therefore, we reject this budget as a jiki.
Honorable Venga.
Honourable Chairperson, I'm very pleased to be returning to the NCOP this afternoon.
Order, members. We cannot drown the speaker. Heckling is allowed, but you can't drown the speaker. Honourable Venga, continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. As I was saying, I'm very pleased to be returning to the NCOP this afternoon, almost a year after I delivered my maiden speech in this very House. It was also very lovely, thank you. It was also lovely to have engaged with some of you during the NCOP week recently in Oudtshoorn. Honourable Chairperson, the Department of Social Development is a key government department as it is tasked with advancing the development of our society. In order to do so, government has a responsibility to provide an enabling environment for job-creating economic growth. It also has a role to play in assisting the most vulnerable members of our society, such as children and youth, the disabled and the elderly, and those suffering poverty-induced hunger, if we are to create a caring society. Albert Einstein noted that all that is valuable in human society depends upon the opportunity for development accorded to the individual. Where these opportunities are lacking due to poverty, poor education, systemic inequality brought on by our horrible history, the state has a responsibility to be that safety net when someone has fallen through all of the cracks and needs that hand up out of poverty. The DA believes that people flourish in strong, safe, and caring communities. John F. Kennedy said that children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. It is then appropriate that early childhood development has been prioritized. We agree with the Minister on this, and we are putting in concerted efforts to expand and improve ECD services. The Western Cape is training increasingly more ECD practitioners and ensuring that ECD organizations are registered and delivering a good quality service to children, our best hope for the future. ECD centers are important because they provide a safe and enabling learning and development space for young children. Education is the bedrock of development, and it is therefore encouraging that government is investing in children's early education and learning foundations, because education is the road that leads out of poverty. The Western Cape has pioneered youth cafes and has increased funding for youth development. We have truly world-class child and youth development centres. In fact, other provinces often come and visit us to learn from this model. Through these centres, we are delivering opportunity. The centres keep our youth safe, they keep our youth learning, and they keep our youth away from crime and drugs. Chairperson, we all know that drug and substance abuse are all too prevalent in our society. To show we are serious about dealing with this problem, the Western Cape is bolstering in-house substance abuse services and expanding outpatient treatment sites to ensure that infrastructure and service delivery is the very best that government can offer. When the DA came into power in 2009, this province had only 7 treatment sites. We realized that much more needed to be done, and we put our efforts into this. This is made evident by the fact that there are now 25 drug treatment sites across the province, which is a 200% increase in 5 years. The Western Cape Substance Abuse Program is a model of excellence, especially the opiate substitution program operated with our NGO partner, the Sultan Bahu Centre. This program is treating a rising number of heroin addicts and is achieving impressive treatment results through a sustained emphasis on multidisciplinary and whole-of-society approach. The Minister knows well that social worker conditions and pay, especially for those who work in funded NGOs, is a concerning matter. To her credit, the Minister called an Imbizo in Durban recently with social workers, and one of the chief issues raised was that of low pay. However, Chairperson, since then the only thing paid to social workers is lip service. In the Western Cape, however, it is not lip service. We are putting our money where our mouth is. The Department of Social Development in the Western Cape has reprioritized funding to sharply increase salaries for social worker posts at funded NPOs. Salaries of social workers in funded NGOs was increased by 40%, social work supervisors by 40%, and social work managers by 22%. We do this because we understand that this will help achieve better levels of service for those who need it. We are delivering fairness. Will the Minister commit to do the same? NGOs are a critical partner in being able to assist and provide for the vulnerable in our society. Committed NGOs are needed by government to help deliver social services. The 6.5 billion rand on funding NPOs is welcome, but considering that these organizations are being failed by other state institutions such as the Lotto and in a weak global donor environment, it is therefore incumbent on the Minister to provide additional support for NGOs. The Western Cape spends, compared with other provinces, the greatest proportion on transfers to NGOs at 68%. And in this new financial year, funding for NGOs has broken the 1 billion rand mark for the first time. The Western Cape has also established an innovative disability desk, which is located in the office of the MEC. The disability desk prioritizes disability policy reform and interfaces with persons living with disabilities. We strongly believe that all disabled persons must have the right to adequate standards of living, basic services, and social assistance. People living with disabilities must have the right to live independently and be included in the community. Social grants are an important way of providing persons with disabilities with an income. We must now provide support for the furthering of employment and entrepreneurial opportunities for all persons with disabilities. We support a targeted system of social assistance to vulnerable persons and welcome the allocation of grants in the budget. Chairperson, a society cannot function and flourish if the majority of its people are poor and without opportunity. Our primary focus must be on growing the economy and on job creation so that our social development system is more than just livelihood protection. We must pursue social development policies that achieve livelihood promotion, where the assistance provided helps recipients to lift themselves out of poverty. Now, there are many actors involved in ensuring opportunities from education and health to economic development. But development has a greedy enemy. The enemy of development of our society is corruption. Transparency International has developed a corruption index which scores countries on a scale of 0, which is highly corrupt, to 100, which is very clean. South Africa scored just 44. And the organization noted that we have a significant corruption problem. So what are we doing about it? The Western Cape Government's Forensic Investigation Unit, which partners with outside forensic auditors and has a strong working relationship with the South African Police Service, has had particular success in fighting public sector corruption. Recently, 16 people, including former Health Department employees, were arrested in George. This unit, between 2011 and 2013, conducted 137 investigations, of which 84 were identified as fraud cases. But what was the ANC in the Western Cape's response to this? The ANC said that this corruption-busting unit was a waste of taxpayers' money. Chairperson, what is a waste of taxpayers' money is the 30 billion rand of public sector fraud per year. It has been estimated that South Africa has lost 650 billion rand to corruption over the last 18 years, which is almost 5 times this department's annual budget. Lost, lost, lost to those who need it the most. Chairperson, many children are born into disadvantage and are trapped in a cycle of poverty. And many of our elders struggle without a respectable standard of living. It is up to government to help create opportunity and fairness, which is what will result in real redress and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC of Gauteng, Honorable Mazibuko.
Siyabonga kakhulu, House Chair. Thank you very much, and let me pass my greetings to all the members of the House, our Minister, our Deputy Minister, MECs that are present, officials from the Department of Social Development, and other visitors that are here with us today. In Gauteng Province, under the leadership of our Premier, Ntate David Makhura, we have identified the 10-pillar program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. Chair, there's no watch here, so I can't tell if I'm within my time.
I wanted to apologize and say, since from the third speaker I'm improvising, I'm using my time here. That is why I'm very lenient. But go on.
So I can go on. Okay.
Yeah, the chair will assist you.
Chair. Now, amongst the pillars, the third pillar is specifically focusing on radical social transformation. And as the Department of Social Development, our endeavor is to ensure that we rise up and respond to the demands of rapid urbanization that is happening in Gauteng. And this rapid urbanization brings with it a lot of challenges, such as unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And our vision as the department is we are a caring and a self-reliant society, and our mission is to transform our society by building conscious and capable citizens through the provision of integrated social development services. And for us to be able to deliver to this, to deliver to the citizenry of Gauteng as espoused by our vision and mission, we then identified our strategic priorities, Honorable Minister. And some of them is reforming the welfare sector so that then the welfare sector is able to have capacity and expand our services and ensure that adequate numbers of trained social service professionals, and especially social workers and auxiliary social workers, community development practitioners, and the child and youth and care workers are actually available in our poorest wards. We are also bringing these services to those that were previously disadvantaged or that felt that they are not part of the new democracy, especially in the hostels and in the Indian areas, including in our colored areas. And we will also be strengthening our NPO and NGO sector in ensuring that they do more developmental work and the state to gradually take over its statutory work so that we are not found wanting to deliver our services. In improving access to early childhood development, this is a critical component of the MDGs in terms of a universal access to education. And during our Child Protection Week, which will be starting from next week, as has been announced by the Minister, we'll be assisting all those non-compliant ECDs and helping them to be compliant. That way, no child between the ages of 1 to 4 years will be found wandering in the streets of Gauteng and being vulnerable, whilst there could be an ECD that is closest to them. And we welcome indeed the work that has been done by the NDA in maintaining and also improving the capacity of some of those creches, especially in Orange Farm. They've invested a lot of money. Dr. Nhlapo Wilethe futhi zibeningi lo mali. Toy libraries will also be provided, and road safety at an early age will be taught in our early childhood development center, so that the young children can also know that road safety is important. They don't just wander or run around in our streets. Further improving on early childhood development will be the provision of mobile ECD services, especially in our priority wards. In fact, it has made a huge difference in El Dorado Park. You find children waiting for that mobile service because they know there is a mobile bus that will be coming as part of the mobile services that we're providing to them. And we'll also be providing educational computers in our ECD, so that then our bright young minds will become more brighter and really contribute to our Gauteng city region that grows or that nurtures its children to be better. The department will also provide standardized meals for children in identified wards. And the department will also conduct the body mass index assessment to determine intervention mechanism relevant to creating relevant situations for children, for them to actually grow up in cleanliness, and they also are vaccinated, and we conduct more often, having conducive environments for our children to grow healthy and develop even better. This year also we'll be rolling out more ECD prototypes in our Bophelong, Bipatong, and Hammanskraal and Mohlakeng, objective being to replicate these future models in other identified communities within Gauteng. This basket of services will help us to produce a child of sound cognitive, physical, and emotional development, which will be a child that belongs to a Gauteng city region. Another priority will be combating substance abuse and providing a holistic program of ensuring that all those who are on substance abuse are detoxified and they don't relapse. We really need to build a social movement against drugs. Drugs are ravaging our communities, and the most people who are affected are our young people. The rapid increase also of unemployment also contributes to proliferation of drugs in our poorest communities and the excessive use of alcohol, particularly by young people. In collaboration with law enforcement agencies, the department will continue to implement the integrated substance abuse strategy, which includes, amongst others, the reduction of demand, the reduction of supply, and also the reduction of these harmful products that are found within our children. And to achieve this, the department will train more social workers to work with parents on effective parenting program. And furthermore, we'll be extending our programs even to schools, so that young children at schools will learn life skills and be able to assist them to resist the pressure of drugs on them. Urban poverty is a reality in Gauteng. Many people come to Gauteng because they are looking for job opportunities, and they are also looking for a better life. In creating jobs, the department will set up cooperatives that will target unemployed young men and women to have skills in minor maintenance and renovation of community infrastructure, self-care, and centers that care for our elderly people. Furthermore, we'll also be servicing the elderly and the disabled people through our expanded public works program, and also through our active aging program by providing gym facilities for our older people in communities, even those that are based at residential facilities and those that are found in our poorest wards. Whilst the department has made progress, there is more work that needs to be done to protect the vulnerable groups that still are affected by challenges of urban poverty. Social ills like substance abuse and alcohol abuse and violence remain our priority. And we are committed to our vision so that then together we can move the Gauteng city region forward. In conclusion, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, there's one honorable member who alleged that we distribute food parcels when it is election time. I wish to share with the honorable member that government does not come to stand still because it is elections. It continues to service our people. Whether they need social grants, whether they need food parcels, siyabangena, sizowakhipha lama food parcel. Uhulumeni unjengemvula, una yonke indawo. Akakhethi ukuthi una kuphi nini sikhatsini. And Honorable Minister, fanele wazi ukuthi uma imoto imile izinja ziyayikhamela. Uma ihamba ziyayikhonkotha. Qhuba ihlonishwe. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Labuskaghni.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister and members, the South African Council for Social Service Professions describes social work as a practice-based profession and an academic discipline whose responsibility it is to develop and protect the integrity of social service professionals as well as the interests of the public. It is a fact that South Africa has a 75% shortage of social workers. By March this year, only 16,740 social workers were registered with the Council, with not all of them practicing. This means that South Africa has one social worker per 5,000 people. This is partly due to the malfunctioning of the Council and the unlawful appointment of the registrar by the Minister, ignoring a forensic audit report, as well as the scraping of disciplinary investigations because of so-called financial constraints. Honourable Chairperson, I hope the Minister can enlighten us today on why she ignores legislative processes, as well as update us on the progress of her self-appointed task team on these matters. In 2013, the department said that we require 66,329 social workers to fully implement the Children's Act, 743 for the Older Persons Act, and 1,426 for the Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act. Registration of social workers in March 2015 were only 16,740, clearly far from what we need. But to date, little to no costings have been conducted to determine the number of social workers required to implement other social development legislation in the country. With that in mind, we still see the planning of further important legislation, such as a framework to protect the rights of persons with disabilities, a bill on victim empowerment, the bill on the professionalization and regulation of social service practitioners, as well as the revision of a few other pieces of legislation. This department is on the tipping point of becoming a department with legislation addressing all the important aspects of society to enhance social cohesion through social change and development, but sadly lacks the political will, leadership, management, and workforce to implement this legislation. The result is increasing incidences of sexual offences against children, violence against women and children, increased number of vulnerable children and youth, mainly due to alcohol and drug dependence of parents, as one example. The Children's Act adopts a developmental approach with emphasis on the state's role in strengthening the capacity of families and communities to care for and protect children. Honourable Minister, how many of the vulnerable families, especially of those 17 million receiving grants, are currently included in programs focusing on strengthening families and their skills to explore opportunities, to set them free to develop to their full potential. Early childhood development is a supposed priority for the National Development Agency has failed the most vulnerable South Africans. With current focus on registering of ECD centers without a comprehensive ECD policy, it is really worrying that the vulnerable women in informal as well as rural areas who do not comply for registration but still offers a needed service to their communities do not receive focused attention. Not only does this hinder the growth, the health and cognitive development of young people, but it also impacts on academic performance and school completion amongst a range of social ills. Sunday, 31st May, is the start of Child Protection Week, as the Minister mentioned. After 18 years since the launch of this campaign, Honourable Minister, what do you have to show that this campaign has been effective? Minister, as a social worker yourself, one expects you to find the political will to lead by example, to enforce the true meaning of this profession and this department, namely to promote social change and development, social cohesion and the empowerment and liberation of people. However, it is sad that this budget overview is characterized by words like revising, developing and finalizing instead of ensured, implementing, executing, assessing and evaluating. The welfare of South Africans is at risk. It is time that the Minister spends less time playing party politics and take ownership of the Department of Social Development, a responsibility that she has been entrusted to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honourable Khayla. The Honourable Khayla.
Honourable Minister.
Order.
Chairperson. Ngiyacabanga niyalalisa le debate. Honourable Minister, the UDM supports budget vote 17. However, there are a few comments. The creation of a caring society is based on willingness to provide tools for achieving an inclusive society. This implies that life chances are partly detached or commodified from social and economic origins and circumstances. The core of the inclusive society is to create equal opportunities and equal access to services and infrastructure for specific groups such as unemployed, disadvantaged, disabled, children, pensioners, and so. We need to grapple with the essential building stones for caring society in order to achieve inclusive society. In doing this, we must also strive to reach a stage where participation of society in social and political economic spheres, while respecting diversity but deliberately empowering the disadvantaged and vulnerable. We must underpin our conception of inclusive society with the education and family capital for us to sustain. Given the current demographic, economic and political pressures as well as financial constraints, welfare states reforms are on political agenda everywhere in the development world. The recent spate of missing children, particularly children from poor families, robs the nation of future leaders. It makes it impossible for society to invest in these poor souls for future development of the nation. We must double our efforts in rooting out this barbaric act from our society. Both the community and law enforcement agency must work collectively as agents of change for creation of a caring and inclusive society. Gender discrimination is a crucial factor in entrenching caring and inclusive inclusive society, in particular for women and girls who are vulnerable to all sorts of social economic ills, including human trafficking. A range of laws and policies and programs have been adopted to promote gender equality. This is not only a political constitutional priority, but also key development in matter and central part of building a caring society. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the Acting Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Members, special delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also take the opportunity to thank the Chairperson for affording me the opportunity to participate in today's debate of budget debate of social development, vote 17. We acknowledge the efforts by the department in ensuring that the well-being of our children in the department's annual plan is being prioritized, and also a number of performance targets are also directed at strengthening the child protection and improving early childhood development services. For an example, what the Minister alluded to earlier on, the department is also targeting the increase of the number of children accessing ECD by 10%, which was also emphasized in our meeting about a week ago when we had an engagement with the committee. This will be followed by a human resource plan for the ECD, which in terms of my own view, this policy should be able to provide a comprehensive package of services for children with special needs, children with disabilities, and other developmental needs. Honorable Chairperson, we appreciate also the efforts of the department in ensuring that service delivery in our communities remains a priority. As part of its transformation agenda to accelerate service delivery, the department is continuing with its implementation of the project Mikonzo in this regard. The Minister has alluded to it, and she has also indicated that the social development officials since 2013 has visited more than 900 wards all over the country, with high incidence of poverty and unemployment. This work is done by our dedicated social workers, which I think we must also appreciate the work that is done by our social workers, and which they committed themselves and remain very committed to doing their work and doing us proud. Honorable members, we all know that we have a problem of unemployment and rising food costs in our country. To respond to those socio-economic challenges facing our people, through our dedicated Minister, Meba Thabile Dlamini, and our collective, they have made it possible that the department facilitate the development of the National Policy of Food and Nutrition Security, which is finally being approved by Cabinet in 2013. This is a very serious initiative and which is really commendable to this end. The Minister has reported that this program has made significant progress. For example, 81 community development nutrition centers around the country have been established throughout the country. Honorable Minister, I have also listed a few issues which I think they are important for consideration in this year's financial year. Firstly, service providers of diversion programs have argued that accreditation of diversion services by the department is not applied uniformly across provinces. Therefore, one would like the department to monitor feedback from these service providers to ensure uniformity across provinces. Secondly, I would also like the department to expand specifically access for children with disabilities to ECD facilities, since they are often excluded by ECD service providers on the basis of resource constraints. More resources need to be channeled also to these ECD centers, especially in our townships and our rural areas. Thirdly, I would also like the department to undertake an assessment of the status of the foster care systems throughout the country. This is in order to ensure that no child is excluded as a result of administrative processes. The Minister should form also a committee that will also advise the Excellency Minister of Social Development on measures that needs to be put in place to improve the quality of foster care services in our country. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Shibukwana came to the podium earlier on and raised a few remarks here. So I want to correct those remarks because earlier on the chairperson of the committee Honorable Dlamini gave an overall and overarching perspective of the views of the committee. When we had an engagement with the committee, with the department a week ago, it's not what she says here today. So I would like to take this opportunity to condemn with the harshest possible terms this double standards that is being played because it's hypocrisy of the highest order. What she comes here and says today that she does not support the budget vote, the minister this, the corruption, this and that. All those issues were raised in the committee. And then what she says here today, all of a sudden, she does not support the budget vote and she says something else. The second issue also, I think it's important, honorable members.
Order.
I think it's important also, the issue of political consciousness is very imperative. Because political consciousness, whether you like it or not, on the other hand, it has got its own positives and its own negatives. Now, in relation to the positives, in terms of the school of thought that some of us went to, not from this side, on my left-hand side, we have always been taught that if you are politically conscious, you are always taught to remain principled, whether it's good or it's bad or things are not in your favor, but you must stick to the principle. Now, on the other hand, honorable members, for some members of this house who come here because of they want to play into the open gallery and score political points for whatever reason, which I don't know, they choose to abandon principle. They choose to abandon principle for political expediency. And also, honorable members, I think we must be honest in the future when we come to the podium. Let's tell the truth. Where there are challenges, let's acknowledge their challenges. The minister earlier on came here and then she said, these are the good stories as a department that we have done. And these are some of the challenges. And this is the plan as a department in terms of how we are going to correct and deal with these challenges.
Mtileni, on a point of order?
On a point of order, I think, Honorable, that is out of order because you cannot expect a member from opposition to talk what he likes himself. She'll always talk parallel to what he expects.
Thank you, sir. It's not a point of order. Please continue.
So I think it's wasting our time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Political consciousness, the sad thing about it, as I was telling you earlier, honorable members, is that when it leaves you, it does not come to you and inform you that it's leaving. And then when people come to you and approach you and say, political consciousness has left you, it is going to be very hard for you to believe. You are going to be consistently in a mood of denial because the consciousness has left you. So I think that's what, for some of our honorable members on my left-hand side,
is that a point of order?
The consciousness has
Julius?
left. They are unable to.
Honorable Stock, there is a point of order. Honorable Julius?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to know whether Honorable Stock will take a question, please.
Honorable Stock, do you want to take a question?
I'm prepared to take the question. What is the question?
Yes, I wanted to know whether the Honorable Stock, the lecturer, is he a communist, socialist, or are you a capitalist? Thank you, Chair. Because they are all mixed in the ANC. Thank you, Chair.
No, my answer to you, Honorable Julius, is that I'm from the school of thought of the Marxist and Leninist theory. That's my response to it. The other issue also, honorable members, Honorable Sibukwana comes to the podium and alleges that the ANC is walking backwards as a chicken. And I want to disagree fully with the honorable member. Because if that was the case, we are not going to hear these noises that we are getting from my left-hand side. If the ANC was walking backwards, there was not going to be this noise. In English, what they say
Honorable
that...
Stock, Honorable Shibukwani.
On a point of order, Honorable Chair, my freedom of speech has to be prevailing in this House. I've got a freedom of speech when I speak, and I have to be protected.
Honorable Mpambo Shibukwan, you do have freedom of speech. You also must remember that members of this House have the right to debate. I do not know what the honorable member said, but the honorable member on the podium has the right to reply to any debate and any other member can respond. So that is not a point of order. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In terms of my own understanding, honorable members, the type of noises that we are getting from the left-hand side, from where I'm standing, excluding Honorable Ntebe, and Honorable Prince and Honorable Quimby and so forth. Honorable, but the type of noises that we are getting from here, from the left-hand side, is because the ANC is moving at a very serious pace. That's why we are saying, the ANC is proceeding, the ANC is taking the lives of the people very serious, and the ANC is the only hope to the people of this country. So to come here and make a statement, that the ANC is working backwards, we are not going to get those type of voices that we are getting from the left side.
It's a point of order.
Honourable Chair, yes. I know Honourable Stock will just take the question on the left and right, because I don't know if he knows his left from his right at this stage.
Honourable Stock, will you take a question?
No, I will take it outside.
That is denied. Please proceed.
So, Honourable Chairperson, I would also like to conclude by saying the ANC continues to take the lives of ordinary people very serious. There's a saying in English that says also that all dogs that are barking, they don't bark at a stationary car. They bark normally at a car or that is moving. That's hence we are getting all these type of things. Honorable Mokosi also came to the podium, honorable members. Honorable Mokosi.
Honorable Mtileni.
I'm asking the honorable member to expatiate himself. What exactly does he mean when he talks to a dog and a car as an example?
Honorable Mtileni. Do you want to expatiate?
No, I don't want to expatiate. I will expatiate to the honorable member outside. The honorable member from the EFF, Honorable Mokosi, who came to the podium also. I think as an advice to you...
You are also rounding up, honorables.
Yes. As an advice to you, honorable member, as a new member of this house, allow yourself time to read the rules, to study the rules. You have missed a very important opportunity to be inducted. We have not yet inducted, we are still coming to you. So take your time. Don't become a victim of excitement and ill-informed radicalism. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Order members, the Honorable, the Minister for Social Development.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Sometimes when we are here and debating, we throw stones and some of us end up not even hearing positive contribution. So we would like to thank all those who have contributed positively to the debate, and we're going to look into the suggestions that have been made here. But there are things that maybe we should not talk about here. Issues of the Western Cape employing or paying social workers more. And then why did we have to send social workers to Odzon, Didorens, Kaelicha, Philippi, Stellenbosch, Langa, and Guguletu if your social workers were committed? And we had to take some of them to the council, and then they ran away and resigned because they know that they were not doing their work properly. And then everyone is talking about food parcels here. And then we are driving our iCrop program in Saldanha. And then they connive with some of our officials. They put their blue things there. I should have brought the photos. And Mrs. Ogle found them busy campaigning in the iCrop and distributing the very food parcels. Yes. And in some of the places, they distribute loaves of bread on the election day.
angazi ngizothini ngolapha sikhahne ay maybe naye akazama ukufunda kahle izinto zaka social development ngoba angizange ngimuzwe izinto akade ezikhuluma ngecouncil angizwanga ukuthi uthini ukhuluma ngendaba yokuthi ngiyi social worker ukhuluma ngendaba yokuthi kufanele ngiyeke ukufocusa kupolitiki uyisizile because ukuba besho lento abecabanga ukuyisho besotholana phezulu amanye amaphathi akhuluma ngama grant athi creator independence. I wonder what they will be doing if they were government. Because World Bank ikhulume kahle ngama grant. Yes, it's taxpayers' money. And we have a challenge in South Africa. We are redressing the imbalances of the past. So we must not behave as if we are going to deal with things now. You see the things that we talk about of equal opportunities and everything. Zibambeni nilethe la. Nibeke la phambi kwethu. And ngiyaphoxeka actually ukuthi uchairperson uma ezwakalisa ukuphatheka kwakabi ngendaba eyenzeke ekhaya elitsha leyo nto yenziwe a political football. Asenawo amahloni i-consciousness isibalekele. Angeke leyo nto leyo ufuna uarguisha about a housing and a problems kwamanye ama-province. This is about child protection. Yes, we know, we understand the challenges. Yes, that is why we are saying this is a cross-cutting issue. It is a cross-cutting issue. So you must be able to differentiate issues of alcohol and substance abuse, gangsterism. We are not going to stand on the hills and say you have problems in the Western Cape because this is killing our children. It is killing our country. It is all over the country. It is things that should show patriotism
Honorable Minister,
between us.
Please summarize this.
The SIU, let me tell you about the SIU. Thank you. Ubuze kahle. I-SIU besikade sikhokhela u3 million every year. I-SIU yasilethela report yamacala abantu abakweleta 437 million. Ababasayinisile ukuthi bazokhokha. Ithine soqoqa leyo mali not bona. So ayikho lento enikhulumayo. Ithine kufuneke senze i-capacity within the department to collect that money. So asisukhuluma la as if asiwazi umsebenzi esiwenzayo. Siyawazi, siyawuqonda. And i-proclamation yabo iphelile. Azange sibaqoshe proclamation ephelile. And there is, if you don't attend meetings, you will get reports in the newspapers and you will always be irrelevant and not talk to the issues that touch the hearts of the nations. I've said a lot. Thank you very much.
Order, members, this concludes the debate on budget vote number 17, Social Development Appropriation Bill. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 31, Small Business Development Appropriation Bill, 6, 2015.
I do have the honor to invite the Minister for Small Business, the Honorable El Zulu. Order, members. The Minister.
Good afternoon, honorable members, Chairperson, Deputy Minister Tabete, the other hand that pulls along with me, Acting Director General Lindokuhle Mkhumane and other officials of the department, Chairpersons of SEDA and SIFA, CEOs of SEDA and SIFA, senior government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are aware of the important role that is played by provinces in assisting us to execute the huge mandate that we have been given. Working together with provinces and local structures and fully conscious of the enormous responsibility we carry, we will pursue the goal of ensuring that small businesses and cooperatives become true catalysts for growth and job creation. The National Development Plan envisages that 90% of the 11 million jobs that must be created by 2030, which is not very far, Chairperson, should come from the small business sector. We have a collective duty as provinces, local government, business, and civil society to pursue this NDP goal with every available energy and resolve at our disposal. On provincial engagements, which we believe are very important in ensuring that we deliver to the people on the ground. When we came into office last year, we deliberately set out to consult with all provinces so that we could understand the challenging opportunities and what we could do together to best support cooperatives and small business. We were unable to reach all provinces in our first year, but we are still determined to continue hosting these engagements with all provinces, as well as that provinces differ in terms of challenges and opportunities related to small and medium, related to small business and cooperative development. We have engaged the following provinces, namely Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Northwest, and these are some of the critical issues SMMEs and cooperatives raised with us. The need to prioritize incubation support programs and supplier development programs linked to the mining companies and other multinationals in mining towns. Not all mining companies are fulfilling their commitments by developing supplier development opportunities. Increasing access to business development services by SMMEs and cooperatives through decentralized and co-location approach. Accelerate market access for cooperatives through public procurement. Capacity building for municipal offices dealing with local economic development so they can also assist SMMEs and cooperatives in their localities. Urgent resolution of the 30-day payment delay for SMMEs and cooperatives, one of the big challenges. Revitalizing of rural towns and township enterprises, sector-specific support for SMMEs and cooperatives, accessibility of business development services, as well as targeted support for people with disabilities, women, particularly youth. Market access opportunities, accessibility of trading space by small business in the shopping malls that are being constructed in various towns around the provinces. This is, Chairperson, one of the biggest challenges we face because many of these malls that are being built have got no space for small and medium enterprises. If they do, they charge very high rentals. The provinces have some financial cooperatives, but there is lack of understanding on the role of these kind of cooperatives by local municipalities. Lack of understanding by members of some of our cooperatives of basic cooperative principles. Lack of cooperation between big business and small businesses, as well as in integrating them into value chains. Red tape reduction and making it easy to start and sustain a business. Lack of infrastructure for informal businesses. Lack of access to finance, preferential procurement not favorable to SMMEs, and lack of reliable economic intelligence in specific sectors. We still have to go to other remaining provinces, as we believe that these engagements assist us to understand these regional dynamics and tailor-make our interventions in particular provinces to address these specific issues. We appreciate the frank discussions we had had with small business owners in these provinces. They are indeed assisting us to refine the instruments that we have to respond to specific challenges raised by entrepreneurs in the country. Even though we will still be reviewing all programs we inherited from the DTI, we have started to reprioritize our interventions to ensure that they respond to the issues raised by SMMEs and cooperatives in the provinces. I need to emphasize the point that we cannot do much on our own and need to work together with all three spheres of government in order to make a significant impact. On co-location and decentralization of business development services, we have a number of institutions in government and private sector which offer business development services in the country. Unfortunately, we are not offering these services in an integrated manner. We will work towards co-location in all provinces where SMMEs and cooperatives will access financial and non-financial support services on one location. Chairperson, to date, CEDA has 58 branches across the country. The 58 branches are inclusive of the 12 Red Door offices which were closed down by the Western Cape provincial government. On average, we have about 5 branches per province. In addition to this wide provincial reach by CEDA, we have 48 CEDA-supported incubators throughout the country. Working together with municipalities, we have established 37 co-location points in every province in order to bring business support services closer to the people. In order to ensure unfettered access to our business support services in rural areas, we have 19 mobile units that are frequently deployed to assist emerging entrepreneurs. This has gone a long way in assisting emerging entrepreneurs with relevant information regarding important aspects of starting and running a business. CIFA also has 10 main branches countrywide with additional 3 satellite offices. CIFA is planning an increase by 37 of its access points over the next 18 months, largely through co-location with other institutions such as local economic development agencies, provincial DFIs, and local chambers. Different types of access points will be matched to different types of district and metropolis, as well as presidential poverty nodes. On township and rural economies, government is aware that small businesses and cooperatives find it difficult to flourish in underdeveloped areas such as township and rural communities due to lack of adequate investments in infrastructure and lack of appropriate policies to protect informal business. The strategy of developing township and rural enterprises is coordinated by my department with the support of the Department of Economic Development and Rural Development and Land Reform, as well as provincial departments and economic development. This strategy is aimed at intensifying government support to township and rural enterprises to ensure their sustainability and competitiveness. The department will expedite the implementation of the National Informal Business Upliftment Strategy, which we call NIBUS, which seeks to create an enabling legal and regulatory environment, provide financial and non-financial support, promote intergovernmental relations to deliver to the sector, encourage the role of the private sector and support of informal traders organization. In partnership with the wholesale and retail sector, we shall upscale the informal trader upliftment project, through which we are currently piloting the provisions of skills and infrastructure support to 1,000 informal traders nationally. The first training was conducted in Gamalake, Port Shepstone in April this year. 50 million has been allocated for the rollout of the shared economic infrastructure facility and support for informal business generally. We urge provinces and private sector located in townships and rural areas to work with us and also augment these resources. We will utilize infrastructure in the form of industrial parks and other properties that are owned by SIFA and further support township and rural enterprises with appropriate infrastructure. I must say, Chairperson, that the SIFA infrastructure is almost everywhere in the country, and it is of interest to us to make sure that that infrastructure is revamped, but also for those that have been waiting to be given, to be handed over with this infrastructure, who've occupied the place for more than 20 to 25 years, we have to speed up that process. Government, in particular, local government, needs to ensure that it enforces bylaws without disenfranchising informal sector traders who have not had infrastructure support. We shall be working with metros, municipalities, the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, and the National House of Traditional Leaders to review bylaws that may be a hindrance to the advancement of township and rural economies. We believe that consultation is very important. We will continue our participation in the Interministerial Committee on Migration to develop long-lasting solutions to the challenges faced by local and foreign informal businesses. The task team that we have established to deal with attacks on foreign nationals have made important inroads in relation to supporting the work of the IMC. We applaud the Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal provincial governments for having established their task teams, and we are encouraged by the efforts of the Free State provincial government to this end. We implore the NCOP to persuade the remaining provinces to establish similar structures. May I say that the reason why we think that it's important to have these provincial structures is because, being at national level, we need to have local structures that can immediately respond to challenges when they present themselves and not wait for national. And we also think that there's quite a lot of resources that sit both at local and provincial level that can assist us in this regard. My department, in partnership with provincial and local government structures, will convene a Township and Rural Economy Summit later this year. This will be geared towards the creation of a common framework for township and rural economic development linked to the Integrated Township and Rural Development Strategy. In the past year that we have been in office, we have realized that there are a lot of plans which are being planned or being already executed by provinces, which sometimes end up not being integrated because sometimes we don't talk to each other as much as we are supposed to. On transversal agreements, we have identified public procurement opportunities for cooperatives and small enterprises and are currently negotiating transversal agreements with various departments to ensure access to these opportunities. The implementation of the 30% target for public procurement by SMMEs and cooperatives will ensure increased participation by emerging enterprises in the mainstream economy. We will engage provinces to ensure that the 30% public procurement pronouncement is implemented. We have identified provincial departments of education in particular as key departments in terms of procurement spend. We believe that more than 30% of their budgets should go to SMMEs and cooperatives, given the type of goods and services they procure. At the same time, we continue to engage other departments in this regard. The practice notes are going to be finalized by this September this year. The practice notes have to be issued by Treasury. Access to finance. Chairperson and honorable members, the non-payment of SMMEs and cooperatives create a barrier to business growth and ultimately to the growth of the economy. Since the establishment of this department, we have received a significant number of complaints from SMMEs and cooperatives complaining about delayed payments from government institutions. CEDA's hotline, established to assist with payment for SMMEs, has managed to facilitate over 10 million in the 2014-2015 financial year alone. The establishment of a special unit by the Minister in the Presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation will monitor the implementation of the 30-day payment is very welcome, and we will work together with the Minister. In order to ensure access to funding for small business and cooperatives, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, SEFA, has migrated to the department. This will ensure a more integrated approach towards extending support to SMMEs and cooperatives. Going forward, we will assess the impact of this expenditure. We will assess the impact of this expenditure with a view to increasing additional financial support to our people. The department is currently reviewing the guidelines for Black Business Supply Development Program to ensure that it is aligned to our mandate. We'll also develop a business plan rescue strategy aimed at supporting SMMEs and cooperatives in financial distress. The Youth, Women and People with Disability Business Support Scheme has been conceptualized as a response to the specific challenges faced by enterprises owned by these targeted groups, especially at startup level. We have set aside an allocation of 60 million in the current financial year, which will go towards funding enterprises that are in these targeted groups. This funding instrument will assist enterprises to acquire critical assets and equipment required to grow and expand their businesses. And this is where many of the small and medium enterprises, particularly in our communities, have a challenge. They don't have the machinery. Besides the access to money, they also do not have the machinery. On enterprise development, youth development, our Mass Youth Enterprise Creation Program, NYECP, is aimed at creating enterprise opportunities for youth-owned SMMEs and cooperatives, committing government departments to earmark 30% of their procurement spend towards growing and expanding youth-owned enterprises in their acquisition of goods and services in fulfilling their operational mandate. We are very conscious, honorable members, of the challenge that faces young people, many of whom come out of university and do not get employment, and we think this is the time to say to them, you can do more than just looking for a job. You can look for opportunities by running your own business. In partnership with the Department of Energy, we are establishing cooperatives for young people in rural Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal who were trained in the installation, maintenance, and repair of solar water heater geysers. These youth cooperatives are now ready to participate in the growth of the renewable energy and green economy sectors. We intend to gradually massify this program across the country. We are exploring specific targeted sectors and invite the provinces and local municipalities to partner with us. We are engaging with the Minister of Energy in this regard because we believe that this program is actually delayed and we need to speed up, because if other departments have managed to train these young people, we cannot have them meandering around not having something to do. Our agency, SEDA, assists entrepreneurs to improve their production process and access to make through the Technology Transfer Fund. Lichaba Creations, a jewelry manufacturing enterprise in Limpopo, is but one of our successful stories who have assisted with marketing material and quality and a quality management system. As a result, the company turnover increased from 1.1 million to 5.5 million and created 53 additional jobs. On women economic development, this is an area which my deputy minister has done a lot of work, and fortunately, it's an area that she already was working on even before she came to the department, and so she's very experienced in this area. As a department, we have placed the issue of women empowerment high on our agenda. The Bavumile Skills Development Program facilitates for many women to access formal training to improve the quality of their products. Participants are supported to either formalize their businesses or access markets by participating in the national pavilions or supply local markets, including international markets. Chairperson, through SEDA's Enterprise Development Program, we have assisted a woman-owned muesli manufacturing company based in Eastern Cape. We facilitated access to market through the development of business plans, product development to meet the required standards, as well as productivity and quality improvement interventions. This company is now exporting to the United States of America and produces over 600,000 tons of muesli per month and employing an additional 150 people, most of which are women. It's 600 tons, excuse me. On people with disabilities, previously the department has not had any dedicated program to support this important sector of our community. The department will develop incentives and programs that are directed to this sector, working closely with relevant organizations. People with disability always say nothing about them without them, so we take that into serious consideration. On franchising, the department is determined to transform the franchising sector through various measures, and one of them is to develop more franchisors from township and rural communities. I'm sure members who read the newspapers today, they read about this area of franchise and the fact that those old existing franchises are even breaking through to the African continent. The challenge we have is that for those that are small black ones, they are far away from this. On entrepreneurship schools.
Your time. Please conclude.
Honorable Chair, as part of our continued entrepreneurship in schools, we will work together with the Department of Education to make sure that through the vocational education and training, we shall be able to increase our support. And then on the issue of the red tape reduction, it's one of the challenges that we have. We also have incubation support. May I quickly just say on incubation support, there's so much incubations that are everywhere in the country. We want to make sure that there is a coordinated support and ensuring that these incubation are of value to everybody. Lastly, on cooperative development, Chairperson, I know that my time has lapsed, but before I just set off, I want to say that one area that we need to do a lot of work on and consultation is on the amendment of the National Small Business Act. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Makwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Minister of the Department of Small Business Development, Honorable Lindiwe Zulu, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Tabate, senior staff from the department, special delegates, visitors, observers and listeners of this debate. The tested saying is that small business is big business. This government is aware of the pivotal role performed by small businesses and cooperatives in creating decent employment and the potential of ordinary people to benefit from small business. Many people that are already established as small businesses are able to provide for their families because they have a small business. This is a good and responsible way of fending for themselves. We, however, as this government, want to have more companies in the multinational corporate sector, that is more big businesses, to partner with and to support and strengthen small businesses. All over the world, economic growth and sustainable development is evidenced by the vibrancy and effectiveness of small business. The strength and viability of cooperatives is another indication of the economic health of a country. Minister Zulu and her senior staff presented the department's budget and strategic plans and APP to the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development during our sitting on May the 20th. During this presentation, the professionalism and commitment of the department to perform its mandate was evident. We thank the department for its sterling work and plans, although one does not thank a fish for swimming, because that is what it is created to do. In the introduction to its strategic plan and APP, the Department of Small Business Development reminds us that the short-term priorities of the department are public sector procurement, to finalize incentives and access to finance, to have a business rescue strategy, to engage in township and rural development strategic frameworks, to have gazelles, to look at skills training and capacity building, and also to look at the private sector procurement opportunities, where we're saying that there should be a supplier development program, and in particular, the revitalization of the mining towns. The Department of Small Business Development will also facilitate the following transfer payments. To SIDA, an amount of 478 million, to SAWEN, an amount of 16 million, to Isivande, an amount of 8.7 million, to SIDA Technology Program, an amount of 132.2 million, to cooperatives, an amount of 75 million, to the Black Business Supplier Development, next to SIDA, the biggest proportion of the grant, an amount of 225 million. That is but only a budget of 935.8 million. But we see it growing within the medium-term expenditure framework to an amount of just over 1 billion. Chairperson, the evidence is there that the Department of Small Business Development is committed to the creation of decent employment through inclusive economic growth. In order to achieve this, the department will enhance the following: coaching and incubation programs for SMMEs and co-ops, and they are doing this as a collective and committed to our integrated approach of government with the Department of Economic Development as well as DAF and the DTI. Programs to ensure increased access to employment and entrepreneurship for Black women and youth, and advancing the support for emerging and smaller enterprises. So the department is not looking at introducing something new, but recognizing that there are those that are role players already and looking at how we can increase their participation in economic development. And then finally, developing appropriate sanctions with regard to non-compliance in relation to the 30-day payment period. This government have heard the cry from SMMEs in terms of how late payment affects their business. And the department is committed to look at what could be done with regard to sanctions for those that are non-compliant. In its plans, the DSBD set the following targets over the medium-term expenditure framework: to have 7,000 SMMEs and cooperatives prefer to access public and private sector procurement opportunities drawn from an economic profiling exercise that will be carried out. The department is not telling us only what they're going to do, but they're also in their plans alerting us to how they plan on doing it. The mandate of the department is to take a lead in an integrated approach to the promotion and development of small business and cooperatives through a focus on the economic and legislative drivers that stimulate entrepreneurship to contribute to radical economic transformation that will lead to increased employment, poverty reduction, and reduced inequality. When we had the debate earlier on about the grants, this government is saying we are not only giving grants to people, we are looking at giving people the opportunities so that they can, with pride, participate meaningfully in the economy. Over and above the support that our government has provided to small business and cooperatives in the last 20 years, there is a drive to introduce new initiatives and projects of high impact in a particular entrepreneurship and enhancement of township and rural economies. These objectives of the Small Business Development Department will focus on the development and growth of small business and cooperatives, the radical economic transformation through increased participation, advocacy for a conducive regulatory environment for small business and cooperatives, and then finally facilitating partnerships with all spheres of government as well as the private sector to ensure mutual cooperation that will benefit small businesses and cooperatives. And we want to put on record here that there are already very many of those in the private sector that have indicated their preparedness to cooperate with government. But like in a taxi, we say there is always space for another one. The South African economy is expected to grow at an accelerating, though moderate pace over 2014-2019 period, mainly as domestic demand and commodity prices recover, underpinned by strong public investment in infrastructure. And Minister Ibrahim Patel and Rob Davis has indicated to us the commitments of those departments to invest in infrastructure development. In addition, investment by multinationals locating in South Africa to serve the African market has been strong, and it is expected to grow over the medium-term expenditure framework. The National Growth Path and National Development Plan adopted by this government provide clear frameworks through which the Department of Small Business Development seek to accelerate inclusive economic growth and job creation. The department is looking then at linking 93 cooperatives to the market so that they can increase the value chain. It is also looking at establishing 50 incubators starting from the 2014-2015 financial year. So it has started already. It is looking at establishing 50 cooperatives in renewable energy, manufacturing, services, mining, agro-processing, clothing, footwear, textile, leather, and biofuels. The department is looking at 3,300 informal business owners selected from each province for training that we are prioritizing the presidential nodes in. The department is also looking at 3,234 primary cooperatives receiving funding, training, and access to markets over the medium-term expenditure framework. The department is looking at 3,000 youth enterprises being launched in a period of 5 years. From its strategic plan, it is apparent that the department is realistic in implementing its mandate. It has identified challenges emanating from present-day realities. Its plans are geared towards overcoming structural obstacles, for example, ensuring that the Act and other legislative frameworks are aligned to the mandate of the department to remove constraints for SMMEs and cooperatives to function maximally. The department shall work on red tape reduction guidelines at all state institutions. As government, we are putting our money where our mouths are. Because the department is only in existence for 1 year, it will develop a model adopted countrywide and committed to the establishment of sustainable cooperatives that contribute to economic growth and job creation. The Department of Small Business Development recognizes that the successful implementation of its mandates depends on cooperation with other spheres and departments of government. And the Minister has eloquently expressed herself on that. At this point, we may need to say...
We are rounding up.
I'm rounding up, thank you, Chair. At this point, we may need to say to the participant in this debate from the Economic Freedom Parties that it is important that when you debate, you should participate in the committee as well. It helps to engage intelligently. There are public entities reporting to the ministry. I'll just give the headings, Chair. It's a small business, the Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, SEFA, the South African Women Entrepreneurs Network, chairperson and members. supporting this budget is an historical imperative. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Lund. Your mic? Your mic. It's on now.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister Zulu, Honourable Members, good afternoon. Honourable Minister, our young democracy is facing enormous social economic problems. This is nothing new to you, to me, the members in the House or the public in South Africa. Jobs are not being created at the fast enough rate to absorb the ever-increasing demand of the unemployed. Every year, we are sending thousands of school leavers into a world where the majority of them do not have the necessary skills, experience, or education to access employment in the formal sector. In the run-up to the election in 2014, all political parties agreed that we needed to create more jobs, and the only two real contenders agreed to about 6 million jobs that needed to be created. The big difference between the two major contenders is that the ANC believed that 6 million jobs needs to be created on the back of the expanded public works program. This is job opportunities created through the EPWP and not through the creation of 6 million real jobs. 6 million real jobs can only be created if an environment gets created that SMMEs gets established and flourished. Unfortunately, even though the expanded public works program has had some successes, it will never address the extremely high unemployment levels in South Africa. The EPWP was never intended to be a job-creating program. It was supposed to be a stepping stone to permanent employment. So to use the figures produced by the program as a measure of success in creating jobs and addressing the evil twins of unemployment and poverty is a lie to ourselves and to the public. In acknowledgement to the DA's election manifesto, President Zuma established the new Department of Small Business Development on the 7th of July,
Honourable
2014.
Lund, there is a point of order. Honourable Makuya.
Lund is misleading the public, indicating that we are using the EPWP figures. There have been two speakers, the Minister and myself, and neither of us have used those figures.
Honourable Lund, I will check, but please continue with your debate. I will check for the veracity.
I'm not going to go into the merits of creating yet another department with yet another minister, deputy minister, to bloat the cabinet even more. The Honourable Makuya said that in a taxi there's always space for more. Maybe that is what the President Zuma also used and said, in my cabinet there's always space for more. There might be space, but it's not always advisable. Okay? So the decision was taken and the new ministry is there, so now the new ministry must perform. The important fact is that the importance of SMMEs has been acknowledged and steps have been taken to put more focus on this aspect of the economy. The question we should ask ourselves, has the department lived up to expectations in the short period of time it has been established? How far along is the department in creating an environment where at least 1 million entrepreneurs can start up their own business and ease the crippling unemployment and poverty in South Africa? Can we honestly say that this department has been put at the center of this country's economic policy? In Asia, SMMEs make up to 95% of corporations, employ up to 80% of the labor force, and constitute close to 60% of the GDP. In South Africa, we are lagging behind with a 45% contribution to the GDP, 50% of the labor force. We only have 15 years to go, 15 years to meet the target set by your government through the NDP to create 11 million new jobs by 2013, with 90% coming from small businesses. I definitely do not think we are on the right track, but we can do a lot with the necessary political will to get back on track. Small enterprises have shown a remarkable capacity to absorb labor, and this is what we need in South Africa. However, South Africa has one of the highest failure rates in the world at 72%. The biggest reason for this is without a doubt the maze of red tape and regulations that small business have to navigate in order to be successful. In BRICS countries and other developing countries like Mauritius, it takes between 3 and 4 times faster to register and run a business. We need to make it easier to set up business, accessing resources and getting help. The DA would set up opportunity centers in all townships and rural areas, one-stop shops for business licensing, financial and non-financial support and training. We also need to seriously look at the financial support that is given by government. Access to finance is also one of the major constraints, and the level of difficulty to access funding through government agencies is not helping create an enabling environment. We need a different approach to financing small business. Government must withdraw from direct lending and establish a national venture capital fund managed by the private sector professionals, but with ministerial oversight. My colleague in the National Assembly has already said that we should merge CEDA and CEFA and restructure the entity along the lines of Britain's Business Bank. This should include a start-up loans facility with incentives for angel investors and mentors who are vital for nurturing entrepreneurial ventures. Honourable Minister, we should also start changing the mindset of South Africans through better education and training. There is little to no entrepreneurship education at basic school level or through other institutions. 66% of our country's youth are unemployed, and that age bracket needs to be the focus. The positive news is that that age bracket that has the highest unemployment rate also has the most potential to help us reach our targets. But we need to better equip them. We must equip the youth with skills that will enable them to start and run a business. Honourable Minister, currently our schooling system is failing the majority of South African children. And if you are talking about working together with other departments, it is true, and it must also be part for the education department to bring that into the schooling so that children, when they finish school, they actually have a mindset of how to start a business. It's not something you just pick up overnight. It's something that needs to be reinforced in all our schools. Honourable Minister, we have the potential to succeed, and we cannot afford not to. It is your responsibility to pull all the strings together and make your department the focal point of the economic policy. If you fail to do so, we would lose more years in addressing the huge imbalances in our country, and we cannot afford to do that. Honourable Minister, the year ahead will be the first full year that you are in charge of the new ministry. The time to say that you are the new kid on the block is over, and now you need to perform. Good luck. You will need it, and believe me, South Africa needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honourable Dikgale.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister Zulu and the Deputy Minister Thabete, Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. The ANC-led government is still serious about its commitment to make the lives of South Africans better, just as it has been since 1994. This is attested to by its 2014 election manifesto, especially on the issue of economy, jobs creation, and eradication of poverty. To support this assertion, let us look into some historical facts. A strategy was outlined in a white paper by the Department of Trade and Industry, then the lead department for SMME development, entitled A National Strategy for the Development of Small Business in South Africa, May 1995. A year later, the National Small Business Act was passed by Parliament, which provided for the institution to implement this strategy.
The Act provided for establishment of institutions such as the following. 1, Nsika Enterprise Promotion Agency, which provided non-financial support services to the SMME sector, tackling issues like management development, marketing, and business development services. 2, Kula Enterprise Finance Ltd, which offered financial support mechanism to the sector with products that included loans, the National Credit Guarantee System, grants, and institutional capacity building. 3, Small Business Development Corporation, which was transformed into Business Partners Limited in 1998. The organization shifted its focus onto small and medium enterprises, increasing its project involvement to 150,000 minimum and a 15 million maximum. Other initiatives included Business Referral and Information Network, launched by the Department of Trade and Industry, offering basic information and essential service links to entrepreneurs. Franchise Advice and Information Network that strive to supply high-quality information and support services to individuals and small businesses to ensure growth and improvement of new and existing franchise business in South Africa. In April 2012, the South African Micro Apex Fund, Kula Enterprise Finance Limited, and the LTD and the Small Business Activities of IDC were merged to form the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, LTD, commonly known as SEFA. SEFA's mandate is to foster the establishment, survival and growth of SMEs and contribute towards poverty elevation and job creation. And it has a regional footprint of 9 offices around the country. The government's National Small Business Strategy, on the other hand, sought to address the following common problems faced by SMEs: an unfavorable legal environment, lack of access to markets and procurement, lack of access to finance and credit, low skills levels, lack of access to information, shortage of effective supportive institutions. All these were done because it is accepted worldwide that development and growth of small, micro, and medium enterprise can play an important role in turning the poor situation of a country around. Policies and programs to support the development of SMEs are therefore an important part of the democratic government's programs to create a better life. And who better to do this than the popularly elected democratic government of the ANC? The ANC believes that the future of the South African economy and the solution of unemployment lies in assisting small business to grow and thrive. That is why President Jacob Zuma established the Ministry for Small Business Development as part of the government's commitment to place the economy and job creation at center stage. But it should not be only government that helps the small business to get off the ground and survive. Big businesses need also to be involved. There must be symbiotic relations between big business and small businesses. We therefore call on the private sector to come on board to join government in making South Africa better for everyone. The country's high rate of unemployment and inequality calls for bold and far-sighted interventions. This is why the government has adopted the National Development Plan as the vehicle which will address poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This plan sets an ambitious aim to treble the size of the economy by 2030, a daunting challenge that will require our collective contribution. Meeting the NDP's growth target of 5.4% for the next 15 years would not only guarantee South Africa's material property, but would be an elevating and inspiring narrative for the country, an optimistic news story, as the NDP phrases it. The NDP identifies the SME sector as a pivotal player in driving this growth. Thus, the performance of the small, micro, and medium enterprises sector of an economy is a good indicator of its overall vitality and future prospects. A thriving SME sector implies a healthy economy, especially in an emerging market like South Africa, while a struggling one implies that there is something wrong. Therefore, it is imperative for every caring government to create a conducive environment for all to earn their living, and from where we stand, our government is doing exactly that. For example, during his 2015 State of the Nation address, President Zuma said government will set aside 30% of appropriate categories of state procurement of purchasing from SMEs and cooperatives. The implementation of the 30% target for public procurement by SMEs and cooperatives will ensure increased participation by emerging enterprises in the mainstream economy. Minister, you have also stated this new department will continue collaboration with provincial governments to advance the cabinet decision of 2007, which calls for 85% procurement of 10 specified products and services. Furthermore, the red tape reduction measures for municipalities were launched and rolled out in all 9 provinces. This will allow for reducing red tape at local government and also serve as a means for local business environment monitoring mechanism. For all this, Minister, rest assured that you will get our support. You see, Minister, when you talk of support for provinces and municipalities, you must know that NCOP will work with you. This is so because we owe our existence to the provinces. We exist to ensure that their interests are looked after as well as ensuring that the voices of municipalities are heard at the national level of government. While still on this topic of provinces, I'd like to make reference to my province, Limpopo. If one looks at the economic growth rate of Limpopo today, he or she will find that the economy of Limpopo is growing at the average annual rate of 2.5%, which is above the average national growth rate. This average performance can be attributed to the excellent growth rate in the mining and trade industries in the province, the majority which are small and medium enterprises, which grow by 5.4% annually since 2013. This positive growth is thanks to initiatives like the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, which focuses on exploiting opportunities in all the economic sectors for business development and promotion amongst existing and aspiring entrepreneurs in the whole of Limpopo province. One of the results of this strategy was the formation of Limpopo Business Support Agency, LIBSA, with a central mandate of promoting enterprises in the sectors of mining, tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and construction, and information communication technology into the mainstream economy. LIBSA was later merged with other entities like Trade and Investment, Limpopo Business Support Agency, and others to form the Limpopo Economic Development Enterprises, which is LEADER. With an involvement of the strategies of an ongoing basis, LEADER provides business support services to the broader business-minded population by stimulating the spirit of entrepreneurship amongst women, the disabled, and the youth. The contribution of this institution in Limpopo province could best be summarized as reducing poverty, stimulating economic growth, creating wealth, entrenching entrepreneurial concepts and practices in rural and economically disadvantaged communities, and enterprise development. All this, Minister, bode well with the idiom in my language that says, this means government is ready and will always be willing to assist the small entrepreneurs to develop and grow their businesses. As the ANC, we have faith in this government, and this faith is our confidence in our government. We will thus not stand by the side and do nothing. We will do whatever we can to ensure that the noble goal of growing and developing our small business is achieved. As one wise man once said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for it. We will do for our country by approving the budget of this department. And gape, Minister, lena le tšwela pele, mmereko wa ba ganetše ke go ganetša, ba tlono tšwela pele go ganetša, rena ra ithekga, re thekga di-program ka moka ga tšona tše di bjang, bogobe, ka segagešo mola gae re itšhebela le ka menatana le malana le dikilana le mašotša tafoleng ge le subela gore mma le bana ba lale ba khotše. Tše dingwe tša gore EPWP a dire selo e dira se sengwe ka lebaka la gore ge letšatši le yo subela go ba le dijo. Tšwelang pele, Minister, batho ba tlo le bontšha ge re ya di-electioneng gore le šomile. Ke a leboga.
The Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, In its strategic plan document 2015-2019, the department acknowledges that the ANC government from 1994 to 2009 has had an economic cluster that had a, quote, fragmented approach and misaligned in relation to ANC resolutions and government decisions on economic transformation, unquote. The document goes on to state that there was, quote, lack of specialized and focused support with limited resources, unquote, and that there was, quote, low survivalist and high failure rate and poor performance relative to peers as well as other developing countries, unquote. This is a new department established in 2014. If this is what has been happening in government's economic cluster from 1994 to 2009, I see no reason why the department has decided to extract 2009 to 2014 from the confusion they are talking about. The ideas contained in the department's context of its APP are in agreement in a way with what NESPA's chairman, Koos Bekker, says in the business report of 11 May 2015. He says, and I quote, South Africa lacks a coherent economic policy and government departments are failing to work together, unquote. He goes on to say, quote, we have 4 or 5 departments within the economic cluster that do not talk to each other and have no commonality in their approach, unquote. In his assessment, South Africa lacks the ambition and determination of some other emerging markets such as India, China, and Nigeria. It does not help much to argue the validity of the existence of the department anymore. The fact of the matter is that the department is now here. The IFP would like to see this department focusing on correcting the biases and wrongs of the past, like you say, 1994 to 2009, but I say 1994 to 2014. During the dark days of violence in our country, especially the black-on-black violence of the 1980s, a lot of small entrepreneurs in our townships lost their properties. Shops were burnt down and never revived. There has never been any compensation or effective attention to the affected individuals. The IFP would like to see an initiative towards the revival of that economic activity that was lost by the black small business owners in our townships and the rural areas. From 1994, most of the business development initiatives have focused on the cities and towns to the neglect of economic activities in the rural areas. This department must break this bias and neglect, give the black small business in rural areas support and a chance to prosper. There has been an outcry in the country that most of the commercial farms whose ownership has been successfully claimed by the rightful owners do not survive after handover. The Department of Agriculture and the Department of Rural Development have since struggled to remedy this situation. Farming is part and parcel of the economy of rural areas. The department must also focus in assisting in this regard. Given the necessary support, people in rural areas can be able to sustain themselves if their programs are properly incubated and supported. This incubation we are talking about, Honorable Minister, must be a household terminology even in such rural areas and farms. The IFP welcomes the department's efforts to focus on developing and assisting cooperatives. Cooperatives are renowned throughout the world with the programs of self-help and self-reliance. The mistakes of the past have been that cooperatives are established and thrown out into the deep end. The department must ensure proper support, empowerment, and assistance of the cooperatives after establishment. There must be some kind of a nesting period after establishment to guarantee the self-sustainability of every cooperative established. We wish the department everything of the best in their endeavor to take off and stand on their own feet. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Mtileni. Order.
I'm happy. South Gomba wuri ya anya FF landwini. Mfambisi wa ntirho wa siku ra namuntlha na cancer. Eka nkarhi lowuwani. Ni lava ku hlamula leswi Honorable MEC Manana Mashamba va nga swi vula ku sunguleni loko n'wina mi nge se fika. Ni vuye ni vutisa ndlwini leyiwani ku swa pfumeleriwa ku ri vanhu va xinuna va tala ndlwini leyiwani va mbala swidloko na ni kha ni vula hi mhaka ya honorable lava nga tshama la mahlweni se ni vona ni nga hlamulekanga kahle a ndzi ringeta ku kombeta ku ri hi ku ya hi ntwanano wa hina andlwini vanhu va xinuna a va ambali swidloko a hubyeni se a ni tivi loko ku ri sweswiwani i xitayela xintshwa lexi xi taku na vafambisi va NCOP ku ri se vavanuna ha pfumeleriwa ku na hina van'wana tata hi mbarile makarapa ma hina inkomo. Honorable Chairperson, the EFF does not support the Department of Small Business Development budget vote. Let me begin by reminding the Minister the meaning of radical economics, since it is repeated number of times in the strategic documents of the department, but interpreted incorrectly. Tradition of radical economics is a long one, right insight and passion. Motivated by different forms of common opposition to capitalism, white monopoly capitalists to be specific. It does not mean a second fiddle to the mainstream economy. We do not see anything economically radical about the establishment of this department and its mandate. But the consequences of the ANC government that lacks proper alignment and the coordination of industrial policy. Expect that it now formalizes the relegation of any potential graduation for black entrepreneurs to challenge the white monopoly capital in the mainstream economy for the redistributive economy. To suggest that 30% of appropriate categories of state procurement will be set aside for small businesses will contribute to any inclusive economic growth is misleading and undermining the people of the Republic. The very same small business will continue to depend on white monopoly capital because they do not own means of production to be reliable suppliers. At best, small businesses South Africa can be described as middlemen. Unless there is a clear shift towards value-adding sectors that have high employment and high growth multipliers, small business will continue to play second fiddle to mainstream economy. Honorable Chair, as long as small businesses are treated with the same administrative legislation as big white monopoly capital, they will cease to exist. There must be separate appropriation
Honorable
and...
Tileni, there is a point of order. Honorable Wana.
Is he ready to take
Honorable
a question?
Tileni, are you willing to take a question?
Sigimela sonke basing so answer basini ma. Thank
He's
you.
not prepared. Please continue.
There must be separate, appropriate, and sustainable and
Order,
suitable
members.
legislation for small business, which will not bottle down entrepreneurs with unnecessary paperwork. To think government funding for small business will be customized to meet the needs for small business in South Africa. Emerging entrepreneurs are still expected to put collateral when they seek funding assistance. Where must they get collateral, Madam Minister? To solve this problem, consult with me when we walk out of this house. I'll tell you what collateral is. To solve the problem of stumbling blocks for small businesses to access funding, requirements must be practical. Big shopping malls continue to put many small shops and convenience stores owned by businesses. How can we expect to compete when means of production have been monopolized and controlled by few, and few by their stock within inflated
Honorable
prices?
Tileni, Honorable Wana again.
I
think she's not whiling time away.
No, I'm appealing to you, Chairperson, that
There's no
I want
point
to,
of appeal, my honorable
yes,
member.
I'm appealing that Tilen must not say Cholesterol is a cholesterol. Cholesterol is a disease.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Mtileni.
Madam, I can see she's just whiling time away. Thank you so much for that. How can you even promise to increase participation of small businesses in the mainstream economy, controlled by few, which you also as government do not have access to? As the EFF will reject the Small Business Development Budget Vote number 31, based on the following. Madam Minister, 99% of registered cooperatives and closed corporations, or CCs, are not operating their intended businesses because they do not have start-up capitals. If these were to operate, they would reduce unemployment by a very big margin. It is about time, Madam Minister, you introduce a section in your department which will deal with this challenge. Try it, you will see it will work for the people of South Africa. Mone tsala ku vula leswa mintirho leyiwani vaakatiko va hi lavako a swi ta mi olovela ku va n'wina mi kota ku va mi va nyika xo sungula ti-business. Ni ta mi nyika example ku loko mo langutisela tikweni ra hina vanhu lava endlaka ti-business ti humelela i vanhu vo huma ematikweni ma le handle. Se hi kombela leswaku mi va na budget yo nyika hinkwavo lava nga na va nga rejistara ti-cooperatives na close corporations ku mi va sungulela ti-business mi va monitara mi ta vona swi ta kota ku va swi hunguta mpingu lowu mfumo wu nga langutana na wona wa ku thola vanhu etikweni ra Afrika-Dzonga. Ni cancel.
He cancel. The Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I don't see any time here, so I've got unlimited time, I suppose. Honourable Chair, Minister, members and guests. Small businesses is the way for South Africa to help grow a sustainable, viable economy. For small businesses to function properly, we need to start with quality education in our schools, as my colleague said. No person just gets an idea and starts a business without having had some type of business skills training. I believe there's a lack of capacity building in business skills for people who have great ideas and never get the chance to give birth to those ideas. Government must first look into the viability of a business by looking into the business plans up front, instead of just setting it up and setting up entrepreneurs for failure without correct business tools. You know, Minister, you tell us of all your nice programs, but the proof is in the eating of the pudding, they say. More than 70% of small businesses fail in South Africa, Minister, one of the highest in the world. And as you know yourself, Minister, 90% of these co-ops that we set up with grant funding, with millions from the DTI, have failed. 90% and more. This means, Minister, you failed. Small businesses create jobs. This is the key
Honourable
word.
Faber,
Minister.
there is a hand, the Honourable Mutla Shuping.
No, thanks, Honourable Chair. I only want to find out if Honourable Faber is prepared to take a question.
Honourable Faber,
I promise you, if we finish, I'll take any question from this beautiful honourable member standing there.
Honest. Please continue.
But Honourable Minister, I think you are too ashamed to give us the percentage on your success rate. As the ANC government, you don't have the recipe to make small businesses succeed, Minister. This is in the figures. I advise you to get off that chair and let the DA show you how to do it. Small businesses create jobs, Minister. The key word, Minister, and I want to stress this, is quality education, quality education, and quality education. Our economy depends on it, Minister, as well as the unemployed in South Africa depends on it. We should be innovative, support rural economies, and we should get to the issues of cutting red tape. Now, what does this mean, cutting red tape? To make it easier for entrepreneurs to start his own business, Minister. Minister, you can persuade the presidency to invoke the 1987 Temporary Removal of Restriction of Economic Activities Amendment Act. According to the Economic Freedom of the World's 2014 annual report, South Africa gets a 4 out of 10 rating on this red tape and making it easier. So, Minister, do the right thing and start help business entrepreneurs, as we try to do in the Western Cape. This is not just your job, but it's also your duty towards all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Khayla. Honorable Khayla. Honorable Khayla.
Honorable Minister, Chairperson Masikbulis, ngova intetho ebezithethwa Chairperson, tempted bani speech nisibeke ecaleni because ke lena yifield endiyaziyo lekuthethwa ngayo. Ndike ndithethe le nto iyiyo liqhubeka phezantsi ebantwini. Indawo yokuqala apha masibekile kakuhle. Ungena kwe-National Party ngo-1948 ekuphetha amangesi. Into eyenziwa ngamabhulu ngoko aye anansi ngaboleka abelungu amabhulu imali at 0 interest rate uba mabakhulu. Yimasisi yimawazinto ncede wazinto at 0 interest rate. Now unonobusiness omnyama mama ofuneka yebhanki noboleka imali, i-interest rate yakhe iyohluka nalo nobusiness mkhulu. Kulapho ingxaki ikhoyo. Funeka kubekho i-funding ecreatwe lo no-business, a special funding. I don't say it's 0, zero, but at a reasonable interest rate, because abantu abazukhula baye kulaa level sifuna uba mabaye kuyo. Sithetha ngabantu bethu. This is our country, sis. Make no mistake about that. And ayo ANC kuphela ekhulela abantu ngabantu baseMzantsi Afrika bekuye kakuhle. Kuphazama apha singaba lapha sofela apha. So ingxaki ekhoyo yileyo mama yokuqala. Okwesibini yiluyibekayo yobana umuntu makasebenze urhulumente wethu esimthandayo ubana ngokwevoti wini le ANC. Chairperson ngonceda ucela la mama ngeke undiphazamisa. Cala la mama andiphazamisi. Andimphazamisi nethethayo.
Honorable Mtileni, are you on a point of order?
I'm sorry for disturbance, dear colleague. You know, I don't have Shangan interpretation. No Shangan interpretation. I don't know what is the problem.
Interpretation.
Now,
you don't have English, Honorable Mtileni? You are advised to plug in, Honorable Mtileni.
Can I go ahead?
Did you find the interpretation, Honorable Mtileni? No, he is also enabled to speak and to listen to Sejong. Have you gotten your interpretation?
Not as yet.
You do not want to listen to English, which is our... Mtileni?
Is wasting your time.
Not as yet, Madam Chair.
Okay, Bab. We will attend to that. Can we continue meantime?
Not until we get...
No. Honorable Mtileni.
Okay.
Not until...
No, let me address this. Let me address this matter. Members, when people preside here, they are enabled to take decisions and to drive the business of this. We are enabled to use our discretion to make sure that the business of this house continues in the way it should continue. In that regard, we may anger you, we may take decisions you do not like as individuals to make sure that this house continues. In our endeavor, we always want to make sure that we do not compromise the right of any member of this house or any party or any constituency you represent. That, however, does not mean that members of this house hold us to ransom. Because I do not want to come back to this. We rule because we rule in favor of the House and the constituencies you represent. It does not mean that members, and whenever we stand, we are right and we have the right to say whatever we say. So please bear with us. We are continuing. Ntate Kgai, I'm very sorry.
Okay, Mama, thank you.
Okay,
pre-1994, when our government took over, I'm being practical, whether if you tell what is our government, we in South Africans, small business were doing well, very well. You inherited small business from TBV states, from former homelands, but the black small business in those TBV states were doing well. But when the government took over, those businesses were destroyed because they were not being paid in time. For a small business, chairperson, it is very important to be paid within those 30 days. Even right now, within the RCD programs with basic education, there are small businesses who are not being paid for over 90 days. I've got proof of that. We've written to the minister about that. So to assist business, the government must pay the small business in time and give them finance facilities so that they can compete in the market. It does not help just, we got to be fair and open about this. There were shops owned by our people in the villages. You ask your question, where are they? Because those people didn't get assistance from our government. Those people are expecting to get assistance from our government that we voted in. So those are the things that, Minister, you are there. It's a new department. But that needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed. There needs to be a facility that finances small business at a reasonable interest rate. I don't say giving money away, but you need to have that facility so that we can, those small businesses can compete with the big markets, with the big business sector, or else they'll never, it will always just be talking and talking and talking. We need to come up with a proper strategy to assist these businesses. For instance, in closures, Chairperson, all the government buildings, former Sky, former Transkei, Bobototswana, were being built by black people. But today, those people are sitting down at grade 1. Why are they at grade 1? Because they didn't get assistance. You need to have a proper assistance for our business people. Thank you.
The Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Acting Chief Whip, Honorable Minister and the DM, special delegates, distinguished guests. Honorable Chair, small business sector has been identified by this government as having potential for job creation and economic growth. In the same vein, we seek to address historical imbalances of the past and stimulate black economic participation. Honorable Chair, the promotion and support of SMMEs will enhance regional economy and cement our social cohesion. A renewed commitment, Minister, by this government cannot go unnoticed. That the creation of a single dedicated ministry is such one unshaken commitment by our government. In fact, yesterday we were attending Africa Day Symposium in Johannesburg University, Minister. And the Vice Chancellor there said, if there's going to be anything that we want to do in cementing what the SADC meeting on the 29th of April this year decided on, that in our own efforts, what we seek to do as regional integration is to industrialize. We need to have dedicated ministries for integration of economies in SADC. We also note with concern the reality is that failure rate in the small business sector is too high and the will needs to be turned around. There are 6 issues that I want to raise for your attention, Minister and the DM. That one, we need to look into price competitiveness. That policy regulatory framework needs to create an enabling environment for small business to be competitive, even in terms of prices, in terms of how do we build qualitative and quantitative capacity for sustainability. How do we then build that capacity for availability of goods and services? How do we strengthen the supply development path, as the chairperson of the Select Committee was saying? Government needs to look into the input cost associated with manufacturing, such as electricity, water, freight, and logistics. The second issue is innovation. We must be able to reward innovation and create a conducive environment for knowledge-based economic space. The third one is policy and administration. That regulatory framework needs to empower our people to remove the administrative burden, enable investment inflow, trade and enterprise development in a very sustainable manner. The fourth one is how do we advance technological advances that are there. Honorable Chair, we live in a highly competitive world. Technology has gone beyond borders, across cultural boundaries, and our SMMEs and cooperatives should embrace such a development. Fifth one is training and capacity. That this government has done a lot for SMMEs and cooperatives. And we further urge this government to institutionalize training and development for sustainability of small business and cooperative. This includes imparting skills and transfer of skill to such future generations. The third one is what you said, Minister, the dialogue-driven development. That failure rate, among the others, is associated with the cooperative model that we have employed as a country. I think that Honorable Faber should be listening, that it is the cooperative model that we have employed as the country, that we need to create a dialogue to change the cooperative model as we go forward. And the commitment for a dialogue by the department will ensure inclusivity of stakeholders in the future models to be pursued. Honorable Minister, the NDP recommends a need to ensure that customization of business support services, depending on the developmental phase of the particular enterprise. And your department, Minister, has adopted such a recommendation. Minister, a drive for co-location is a right step in the right direction. This department must look into the means and ways of mitigating highly constrained consumer and industrial demand in a deliberate effort to stimulate growth. Let me just go back to what Honorable Lont have said, that we must take all the funding that is being created by government, have a corporate private sector managing that with accountability to the state. An unwritten narrative from what Honorable Lont was saying is that Honorable Lont is speaking on behalf of already big corporations in this country that are trying to suffocate the SMMEs and the cooperatives that we want to build in this country. And that is not going to happen because our government has created departments that are going to be focused on developing these SMMEs and corporations. Honorable Mtileni came here and speak about how we are unable to create jobs and SMMEs in these countries are not working. But just last week, they were relating to us about the story of Japan. Now Japan belongs to the Asian Tigers, where 95%...
You are on your feet.
Honourable Chair, yes. I would just like to ask the Honourable Member if he knows how a business works, because if he wants to tell me that, how many businesses he made working, because it seems he knows a lot about that, if possible. If he will take such a question from me.
The Honourable Member on the podium is addressing the House.
Will he take
Not
this?
necessarily you. Do you want him to take a question?
I would love to ask him a
Are you
quick
prepared
question,
to take a
Honourable
question?
Chair.
No, I'm not, Chair.
He's not prepared. Please
Perhaps
continue.
the business
Chair,
did
just
not
last
succeed.
week we were told about how Japan has been
Order. Order.
Just last week, Honorable Mtileni was here and telling us about Japan. Now, Japan belongs to the Asian Tigers. 95% of their corporations comes from the SMMEs or the cooperatives, which it is true, Honorable Lont, that 80% of the employed people in those countries are coming from that sector, which contribute about 60% to the GDP. No, we agree. But what Honorable Mthileni does not tell us today is that he's negating all these things that he was saying last week. And he's not even telling us that the same Japan has taken and privatized the Post Bank that was built on the back of the working class of Japan.
Are you on a point of order? Go ahead.
He is even becoming xenophobic and telling us that
just hold your horses.
I want him to remind me, because he's quoting me to have said something last week. May he please, ask him to remind me what day of last week did I say something myself?
Honorable...
I never debated last week. I was not here. I never debated.
Honorable Mthileni.
Or maybe he's mistaking me to someone else.
Honorable Mthileni, we will check the records of what you said when you debated, whether it was on Japan or anything else, and we'll come back to this house. Honorable Ntebe, please continue.
Chair, I'm even now compelled by Honorable Mthileni to be responsible for his own amnesia. I mean, how do I do that? He's even becoming irresponsible on the back of the xenophobic attacks that we have seen in the country. And he stands here and says, economic spin-offs in this country are owned by foreigners. Honorable Mthileni should be coming here as a responsible...
Are you on another point of order?
Another point of order.
You are on a point of order. Please continue.
I was saying, for as long as we are not doing enough for our own people, because you see, those who are doing well when it comes to business are foreign-based, people.
Thank you, sir. It's not a point of order.
I still say that let us also support our own people.
But he's crying in the wrong funeral.
Honorable Mthileni, I do know that you are not in a funeral, and therefore, what is the point of order this time?
No, I want to make sure if we are in the funeral here. Are we in the funeral or we are in the National Council of Provinces house?
Okay, sir. I think, please take your seat. Please take your seat. I will remind him. The honorable member started off by saying he's apologizing up front. So I suspect that whatever he said subsequently is because he knows we are not in a funeral. Please continue, Honorable Ntebe. In reference to funerals, can they stop now?
Had I knew, Honorable Chair, I could have sought your indulgence and briefed Honorable Mthileni that this is a debate, budget number 31, dealing with small business, so that he does not come here and cry at a from funeral. Lastly, Minister, your department must continue to focus on domestic demand, local production, consumption in an effort to build strong local market, which is a springboard for export. We are saying this very explicit, Minister, because we know that small business and cooperatives are export-orientated in their very own nature. And it is only when we have stimulated our domestic demand, our domestic consumption and supply and demand, that we can be able to build our capacity to be able to export and build our capacity as to how do we then penetrate international market. We, however, note the ramification related with the the market penetration by our SMMEs and corporation. And we think that your department, through the dialogue that you are encouraging with the stakeholders, we can be able to find amicable solutions as we move forward. But we want to encourage you, and ANC stands firm to support this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Chairperson, ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngifuna ukusho nje ukuthi hayi isintu simnandi sometimes ngoba si rich kakhulu. I hope honorable member you understand ukuthi asikho kuyi funeral namhlanje. It was just a say, that's how we speak as Africans. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'd like to particularly thank the Chairperson of the Select Committee and indeed the entire committee, because our presentation to the committee was very positive, and all members of the committee were very positive. And I would like to say that we'll continue this engagement, because we know that each and everyone somewhere sits with bright ideas all the time, and we will absorb those ideas to make sure that we improve as far as the department is concerned. I'd also like to say to Honorable Lond that sincerely I wish that we could have reversed the past 30 to 40 years and talk about quality education, because if we could do that, we wouldn't have found ourselves in the space in which we found ourselves today, 21 years down the line, where as a government of the African National Congress, we're trying the best that we can to improve the situation of education. But of course, it must be considered that the people that we are talking about, Mr. Lond, many of them are people that never had the opportunity which is being experienced by younger generations today who are in class. And so when we talk about improving and upscaling our support to small and medium enterprises, unfortunately for us, we are dealing with people that were not that did not have the kind of capacity that is easy to get today. And so we must be patient a bit and understand, but we are, as a government, considering and sure that education is an important vehicle. Secondly, we are, of course, conscious of the fact that with small and medium enterprises and the failure rates that honorable members are talking about is something that worries us too, and we'll do everything we can to make sure that this nursing period which some members are talking about is something that we need to do. The 30-day payment, as I indicated in my presentation, it's a thorn for us, and we are, as I indicated already, that this issue is in the office of the President through the Minister of Monitoring and Evaluation, and we will work very closely with the Minister. But however, I also do want to say that this 30-day period and the issue of payment also is about the people who sit behind the desk who are supposed to process that payment. Our focus is going to be what do we do with those civil servants, particularly who do not process invoices on time. At the same time, we have also realized that even with those that are submitting invoices, there is a challenge where small businesses themselves do not follow processes and procedures, and this government can also not afford to be paying things that have not been properly processed. We agree with the Honorable Member Gayla, is it Gayha? Yes, yes. We agree with you, Honorable Member, that it's important for us to make sure that there is direct lending to informal and micro and small enterprises, and that's the reason why we have CIFA. This is the role of CIFA, and we are in engagement with CIFA to say, we know in many instances they tend to focus on people who are in towns, and then they forget about the fact that kukhona omama somewhere who have to grow their businesses, no matter how small their businesses are. And that amount of money, which is 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 for omama ababathengisa estradini, for instance, it's important to them. And we think that that's the area that we need to look at, because if we consider what they do and what they spend the money on, we are a developmental state. We cannot miss that point, and therefore our focus as a department, for instance, we spoke about our program of NIBUS, which is also going to focus on that. We will highlight this as these women and men. We must give hope to them. Now, with regard to the EPWPs, and of course, I never mentioned them, and I think maybe the honorable member misunderstood somewhere. However, I do want to say that this program is very important to us, because this program is a program that is addressing, again, the imbalances of the past. And for us as a department, we see this as one of those pools from which we can pull out people that have already had a bit of experience and a bit of training here and there. Those, of course, that are interested in small and medium enterprises, because while we agree that we need to support small and medium enterprises, entrepreneurship is not something that you can force on people. It is something that people decide or choose to be something that they can be able to grow their businesses through. The issue of the former homelands and everything, yes, my view is that those businesses that were lost, I know that in some provinces we've seen properties. We've also seen old enterprise development areas which have almost fallen apart. Our view is that we must go out there and see what we can do, working together with the departments to resuscitate those infrastructures, because they are very useful. But of course, if I were to politic, I would say that very few people benefited at that time. Not as many as we have today, but I'm not denying the fact that some of them have fallen apart, and it's our responsibility to then make sure that we resuscitate them. Radical economic empowerment, you will hear us talking radical economic empowerment over and over again, because we do believe that this is a vehicle that we need to use to empower our people, particularly those that were left out. Because if we want our people to be part and parcel of the broader economy of the country, we need to be able to use that to ensure that our people get to the mainstream of the economy.
Minister, you are rounding up. I don't know if you are standing up on a point of order.
Standing to commend the minister for the radical economic empowerment.
Honorable Mtileni, take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, take your seat. This frivolous wastage of time must stop. Honorable Minister, you are rounding up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, we have a potential to succeed, and indeed, we are the focal point of economic development. We are the mind, body, and voice of small businesses and cooperatives in all government structures. And I can assure you that all government departments are already filling our ministry and our department, despite the fact that we are still very small. Our staff complement is very small, but we can assure you that all government departments are readying themselves to look at what is in all the departments for small and medium enterprises. Chair, I wish to thank the department, thank the Honorable Ruth Bengu, the chairperson, and all the National Council of Provinces members, and say to you again, we are not afraid of your oversight role. We think that it's important for you to hold us accountable, and we shall be able to work easier when you are there, ensuring that you support us. I'd also like to thank the staff, the acting DG, Lindoguhle Mkhumane, and the agencies, of course, both SIFA and SIDA, who are here. We are going to engage and make sure that we improve the lives of our ordinary people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable members, this concludes the debate on budget vote number 31, small business development, and the business of the day. I also wish to announce to the honorable members that your buses to the villages will leave at 6:30. That is an announcement I'm making on behalf of the acting Chief Whip. Honorable members, you are requested to remain standing while I adjourn the House. Thank you.